News of the Times. Murders where the killer was never found. Victorian and Edwardian true crime. Welcome to News of the Times. There are some murder cases where the question isn't who did it, but why. After everything, no one was ever caught. In this episode, we're looking at a series of Victorian and Edwardian murders where the evidence was there, the suspects were known, and in some cases the police were convinced they had their killer. And yet, no conviction, no resolution, just files quietly closed with the most important question left unanswered. Because these are not simple mysteries, these are cases where a man may have walked free despite overwhelming suspicion, where science promised answers it couldn't quite deliver, and where, in one chilling instance, a murder may not have been the first at all, but the second. And the most unsettling part, it's several of these cases the police believed they knew exactly who was responsible. They just couldn't prove it. So tonight, we're stepping back into the fog, the gaslight, and the limits of justice itself. These are the murders where the killer was never found. If all that sounds preferable to an evening of interpretive accordion, mildly aggressive gardening programs, or a man explaining sourdough starter with the intensity of a courtroom summing up, then do consider giving us a like, and perhaps encouraging your cat, your neighbour, or any passing relative to do the same. We're not fussy. Now then, do gather a tray of something agreeable, sweet, savoury, or structurally unsound, and a beverage of your choosing, restorative or otherwise, and kindly remove any unnecessary noise from the room, children, telephones, unsolicited opinions, and make yourself comfortable, because we're about to step back into a world of gaslight, long shadows, and questions that were never properly answered. Case 1. The murder of Vera Page, a case that science couldn't solve. 1931. It was December 1931, and London lay under a blanket of damp, creeping fog. Gaslights trembled in the murk, and the faint sound of Christmas carols drifted down from the better streets of Notting Hill. But in Addison Gardens, where neat terraces met shadowed mews, the season of goodwill was marred by something far darker. 10-year-old Vera Page, wearing her red coat and beret, had left her aunt's house only to collect her swimming certificates, but she never returned. 2 days later, a milkman found her body beneath the shrubs in a quiet garden of Addison Road, less than a mile from where she had been last seen. London awoke to headlines of horror and a mystery that would grip the nation. Within hours, Scotland Yard was summoned. Superintendent Cornish and his men fanned out across the capital, interviewed the witnesses, checking addresses and tracing every possible lead. Newspapers marvelled at the scale of it. It is computed, wrote one report, that these officers have travelled an aggregate of 200 miles a day, seeking interviews and following up statements. But the inquiries would end. The figures were astonishing. Over 5,000 miles travelled, nearly 100,000 words written in official correspondence, and more manpower than most murder cases of the decade combined. As one journalist noted, Few mysteries of recent years have involved such tremendous effort in solution, and still fewer crimes have been marked by such atrocious brutality. And yet, for all that effort, for all the fingerprints, fibres, and forensic hopes, the answers would remain just beyond reach. London, in 1931, was a city of contrasts, modern on its surface yet still steeped in Edwardian shadows. The wireless crackled in well-lit drawing rooms, while in the tenements of Notting Dale, gas mantles hissed faintly in the cold. Trams rattled along new motor cars. Boot polish and petrol mingled in the air, and the city's pulse, a rhythm of factory whistles, barrow cries, and Westminster chimes, beat on through the fog. The scars of the Great War still lingered, not only in the limping gait of returned soldiers, but in the quiet austerity of everyday life. Bread was cheaper, yes, but so were wages. Soup kitchens dotted the East End. Queues stretched outside labour exchanges, and yet in the West End theatres still sparkled, and the Savoy served oysters beneath glittering chandeliers. Policemen walked their beat with heavy capes and wooden truncheons. Telegraph boys darted down alleys with urgent news, and in the winter months the smog rolled in early. A yellow-grey haze that clung to the rooftops softened lamplight and made strangers of passers-by. It was a city bustling forward, but uncertain of its footing. A city where the past could still be found in the corners, and where, on a December evening in Notting Hill, a child could vanish in the space between two doorways. Forensics in 1931, Promise and Peril. By 1931, the world of crime solving had changed. Gone were the days when justice relied solely on a sharp-eyed constable and a suspect's confession in a smoky interview room. A new era had dawned, one of fingerprints, fibre analysis, and the forensic pathologist's scalpel. Science had entered the courtroom, and with it a growing sense that no crime could remain unsolved if only the evidence were read correctly. In Britain, forensics had become a trusted weapon in the arsenal of law, a methodical, rational force amid the uncertainties of witness memory and circumstantial doubt. Bloodstains were now typed. Minute particles from clothing or carpet were examined under glass. Pathologists timed deaths to the hour, if not the minute, and behind it all stood figures like Sir Bernard Spilsbury, whose unshakable testimony had helped convict prisoners, stranglers, and those whose crimes would otherwise have gone undetected. But forensic science was still young. Its methods, although impressive, were often unstandardized, and its results not always as definitive as they seemed. The science was often built on probabilities, not certainties, although it was rarely presented that way in court. The microscope could detect, but not always explain. The lab could reveal, but not always connect. And in the case of Vera Page, the limits of this young science would become painfully clear. Fibres, stains, and chemical traces would offer clues, but no resolution. Experts would disagree on interpretation. Results would remain tantalizingly inconclusive. And the confidence placed in forensic certainty would, for the first time, begin to flicker. From the Daily Mirror, the 17th of December 1931, Hunt for murderer of a 10-year-old girl. Body hidden under bushes in garden of a London house. Strangulation, death. Child who vanished after leaving aunt to go home to tea. Mother prostrate with grief. Scotland Yard officers were last night conducting an intensive search for the murderer of little Vera Page. The girl, aged 10, disappeared from her home in Notting Hill on Monday evening. An SOS was broadcast and a search party organised. Her body was yesterday found hidden under bushes and covered with leaves in the garden of a house in Addison Road. The child had been attacked and strangled. It is believed the crime was committed elsewhere and the body carried to the garden in a motorcar. Milkman's tragic discovery. I saw a hand protruding from the bushes. The body of Vera Page was found under a tangled mass of undergrowth in the garden of a house in Addison Road, Kensington. There were head injuries and the child had apparently been strangled. Soon after the discovery, the police communicated with the child's parents at Blenheim Terrace, Notting Hill. Vera was their only child. She'd been missing since Monday. The discovery was made by a milkman, Joseph Smith, of Primes Road, while going around his rounds in Addison Road. I was walking up the pathway to the house, he stated, when I saw a little white hand sticking out from under a mass of evergreens and what looked to be a blue bundle under the bushes. I was too scared to investigate further. I told the cook and then dashed off for the police. Garden searched. The police summoned a doctor and no one was allowed to approach the house. Superintendent Cornish and other detectives soon arrived in a flying squad car, and for over 2 hours they scoured every inch of the garden, measuring distances and hunting for clues and footprints. Mrs. Isabel Page, the girl's mother, said that her daughter came home from Lancaster Road School on Monday afternoon, a little after 4:30 p.m. She went off shortly afterwards to fetch 2 swimming certificates she had left at her aunt's house. She said at the time that she was hungry and would be back for tea. Mrs. Essex, the aunt, whose house is only 200 yards away from the dead girl's home, said Vera stayed only a few minutes and left at 4:50. Mrs. Page, the girl's mother, was yesterday prostrate with grief. Relatives came to try to comfort her, and her husband, Vera's father, stated that she was his only child. She was a fine little lass, he said, with tears in his eyes, and I could not imagine anyone wanting to do her harm. She was full of fun and life, and was the joy of our hearts. The police have not yet determined how long the body had lain in the bushes. The fact that in the darkness the milkman did not notice it when he passed along the path leading to the house at 5:30 may suggest that the body was not there at the time but was placed there afterwards. Superintendent Cornish was assisted in his investigations by Superintendent Nichols from Scotland Yard and Divisional Detective Inspector Mallet, who is in charge of the division. So far, the police have not been able to discover a motive for the crime. Vera Page taken to a spot where the body was found. This is supported by the fact that her clothing was dry, while the position in which the body was found suggested that it had been taken from a car and simply dropped on the ground. Vera Page was either persuaded by a stranger to go with him or was kidnapped in the street in which she lived. Her body was not found till 36 hours later, and it may conceivably have been in the bushes in Silwood Lodge for a long time. Strong girl. Vera Page was a sturdy girl and could scarcely have been carried to the spot where her body was found without someone's attention being attracted. Much depends on the results of the post-mortem, for if the approximate time of the murder can be established, it will materially assist the police in their investigations. Mr. Jack Page, an uncle of the murdered girl, said Vera was a very intelligent girl. She had been warned more than once by her father never to talk to strangers in the street, and she was not in the least the sort of child to be decoyed by offers of sweets. She was very rarely left Blenheim Crescent alone except to go to school. She was a strong child. But even with the full force of Scotland Yard behind the case, with officers working in shifts, retracing routes, checking alibis, and knocking on doors well past midnight, the answers did not come easily. By the end of the week, over 200 detectives were actively assigned to the case. Suspect vehicles were being tracked, local garages were combed, the girl's entire life, friends, teachers, neighbours and distant acquaintances were reviewed in painstaking detail, and still the fog of uncertainty lingered. Yet, from among the exhaustive searches and garden reconstructions came one small but compelling discovery: a blood-stained finger bandage. It had been found where Vera's body had been hidden, a single sinister trace that hinted at a struggle. The working theory was grim, that Vera, in fighting for her life, had scratched her attacker, perhaps drawing blood. The bandage, hastily wrapped, may have been dropped as the body was placed in the shadows. It wasn't much, but it was something. And in a case where so much remained unspoken or unclear, the bandage would soon become one of the most closely scrutinised clues in Scotland Yard's investigation. From the Daily Mirror, the 18th of December, 1931. Man with a scratched face in murder mystery. Police theory of injury inflicted by Vera Page before the assailant overpowered her. Garden crime reconstructed. Scotland Yard detectives investigating the murder in Kensington of 10-year-old Vera Page were stated last night to be hot on the trail of her assailant. Inquiries were directed to the finding of a man with a scratched face, as it is believed the child injured her assailant in the desperate struggle she put up before being overpowered. While reconstructing the crime in the garden of the house in Addison Road, where the girl's body was hidden under bushes, the police found a blood-stained finger bandage. This is regarded as a valuable clue. Lines being followed by Superintendent Cornish of Scotland Yard and over 200 detectives in the attempt to solve the mystery are the questioning of known people of unusual tendencies, a hunt for suspect cars, and a house-to-house inquiry among mothers in the district. So far, these inquiries have been without a tangible result. Detectives conducted a comb-out of local garages yesterday, and a list of the numbers of various suspect cars had been taken. A check has also been made on motorists suspected of enticing little girls into cars. It is now established that the crime was committed some distance from where Vera was found, probably in a building, and was taken to the garden in a car. Her body was covered with bruises, and the injuries suggest that a desperate struggle took place before she was overcome. Mr. Charles Page, the dead girl's father, visited Ladbroke Grove Police Station yesterday and was in conference with Detective Inspector Mallet for over 2 hours. The whole of the girl's life was reviewed in an effort to identify the murderer with any unusual incident in the last year or two. The police are undoubtedly up against one of the most difficult mysteries they have ever tried to solve. New district well. Murderer chose most suitable spot for hiding the body at night. Whoever disposed of the body must have known the district very well. At Silwood Lodge, the lamps are shaded by trees and the shrubbery. Being at the corner of the road is at night always in deep shadow. There is indeed no spot along the whole of Addison Road that is more suitable for hiding a body at night. The inquest on Vera Page will be opened at the Paddington Coroner's Court this afternoon. As the week drew to a close, Scotland Yard's vast efforts began to narrow. Theories were taking shape. Leads were being chased down with renewed urgency, and then a shift. Quietly, the focus turned towards a particular individual, a man known to the police, not formally charged, not arrested, but under scrutiny. That Thursday night he was invited to Notting Hill Police Station for questioning. He would remain there for nearly 18 hours across 2 days. At the same time, other clues were beginning to surface, and with them the chilling sense that pieces of Vera's final jewellery were starting to reassemble. A red beret, a pyjama cord, and in the garden of dark secrets of West London, torchlit flickered against the shrubbery as detectives searched once more for answers. The picture was far from complete, but Scotland Yard were closing in. From the Daily Mirror, the 19th of December 1931, Murdered Girl Mystery. New developments. Torchlight search in the garden. Detectives investigating the Kensington murder of little Vera Page made several fresh discoveries yesterday, including the finding of the red beret worn by the dead girl when she disappeared on Monday evening. This was picked up by 2 women in the area of a house in Stanley Gardens, Notting Hill. Stanley Gardens is only a short distance from the garden in Addison Road, where Vera's body was found on Wednesday, hidden under the bushes. Another development was the return to Notting Hill Police Station of a man who had spent 4 hours there with detectives on Thursday evening. Police officers called for him in the early hours of the morning, and he accompanied them to Notting Hill. After a further 14 hours at the station yesterday, he went home shortly before 10 p.m. Mrs. Rush of Talbot Road, Portobello Road, Kensington, yesterday made the following statement to the Daily Mirror. My husband, Percy Orlando Rush, aged 41, was invited by CID officers to accompany them to Notting Hill Police Station at 9 o'clock last Thursday night. We've been married 10 years and we are extremely happy. He is a cleaner at a big London store and served in the King's Royal Rifles in the war and has suffered from shell shock. We have no children. 2 clues. There was again activity at the police station where Superintendent Cornish received statements from a number of persons, many of them relating to the conduct of men in the neighbourhood during the past few days. 2 important clues which the police are considering are the finding of a button in the pocket of the jacket the girl was wearing, and also a pyjama cord which has come into their possession. It will be recalled that apart from marks on the girl's throat attributed to strangulation, there were no signs that some ligature had been placed around her neck. But even as this search widened, as gardens were combed, statements logged, and suspect movements retraced, the trail remained maddeningly faint. Scotland Yard had a man. They had questions, but they did not yet have answers. And now, with witness accounts proving inconclusive and neighbourhood whispers yielding only shadows, it was time for the forensic scientists to step forward. Samples were gathered, clothing seized, fibres, stains and debris carefully catalogued. Sir Bernard Spilsbury, the Home Office's leading pathologist, worked alongside Dr. Roche Lynch, the department's analytical chemist, as the evidence was examined under laboratory light. But what they found would only deepen the puzzle. From the Daily Mirror, the 21st of December, 1931, mystery of Vera Page deepens. Is vital information being withheld by someone? Detectives investigating the murder of Vera Page, the 10-year-old London schoolgirl whose body was found in the garden of a house in Addison Road, were last night without a definite clue. Many houses in the district were visited yesterday and many more statements taken. Superintendent Cornish expresses the opinion that vital information is being withheld from the police by people who know something of Vera's movements after she disappeared from her home last Monday evening. Stains on a suit. It is known that there have been attempts to molest children in the neighbourhood, and this is a line of inquiry to which the detectives are paying considerable attention. They are endeavouring to obtain descriptions of men from other schoolgirls, and it is possible that the information thus collected will prove the missing link in the chain of evidence. Sir Bernard Spilsbury and Dr. Roche Lynch, the Home Office analyst, have examined stains on a suit taken by detectives from a house in Notting Hill. It is understood that a statement was taken from a man who is said to have known the dead girl and had spoken to her last Monday. From the Daily Mirror, the 22nd of December, 1931, fresh Vera Page clues. Search made by police at a London tube station. Fingerprints. Photographs taken of a knob on a cellar door. A dramatic development in the search for the murderer of Vera Page, the 10-year-old London schoolgirl, took place last evening. Microscope on suit. Police await experts reporting searched examination of clothes. It has been discovered that a coal cellar near the spot where Vera Page's red beret was found was left open, and detectives have made a thorough search of these premises. Particular importance was attached to the doorknob of the cellar, and photographs have been taken of it in the hope that fingerprint traces may be revealed. While the search for clues and the comb out of gardens and disused sheds in the district continued, Superintendent Cornish was more interested in the outcome of the investigations at the Home Office laboratory, where experts have been engaged in minute examination of a suit of clothes. It is understood that the clothing has been subjected to a further searching examination at a hospital in London, where experts made microscopic inspection in an attempt to discover clues which may help the police to carry their case forward. Up to a late hour last night, the report from the Home Office had not been received. As 1931 gave way to the new year, the official inquest into Vera Page's murder had already been postponed multiple times. Each delay was granted in the hope that Scotland Yard's relentless investigations, with every lead pursued, every cellar searched, might still uncover the missing piece of evidence that would bring her killer to justice. At one point, detectives turned their attention to a disused coal cellar near Vera's own street. There, bolstered by statements from two local women who claimed to have heard a child's cry on the night of the murder, they briefly considered a chilling new theory that Vera had not been killed elsewhere and brought to Addison Road, but had met her end closer to home, hidden perhaps in a local cellar for a time before being moved. But the evidence proved elusive. By early January, despite the enormous resources deployed, police confidence was waning. The inquest, formally adjourned yet again on January the 29th, had become a symbol not of progress but of the growing doubt surrounding the case. In the absence of witnesses and with the streets of Notting Hill offering little clarity, the case of Vera Page soon became a proving ground for early forensic science. Every thread, stain and bruise were examined under gaslight and microscope in the hope that science might sneak where people could not. Dr. Bernard Spilsbury, by then a towering figure in forensic circles, examined Vera's clothing for clues. Under magnification, he identified what he believed were black wool fibres that, he suggested, bore a resemblance to those found on a blanket in the suspect's flat. There was also flax-like strands, which police theorised could have come from a chair in the same room. But while suggestive, these were visual comparisons only, drawn from a method still in its infancy and far from the rigour of today's trace fibre science. Chemical tests were also performed on Vera's clothing, including an ammonia-based reaction test, then a cutting-edge method for detecting traces of seminal fluid. Although discreetly handled in press reports, there was little doubt that police were investigating the possibility of a sexual motive. Yet the limitations of the test were poorly understood. The proteins it detected could just as easily have come from perspiration or post-mortem handling. In today's terms, the results would be deemed inconclusive and inadmissible. But in 1931, they fueled quiet but persistent speculation. Spilsbury also gave his trademark time of death estimate, narrowing it to the early evening Vera vanished. His assessment was based on the condition of the body and the presence of moisture on her skin and clothing. But later critics would note that her body had likely been washed or at least exposed to wet conditions, factors that made any estimate highly uncertain. Yet in 1931, the public and indeed the courts rarely questioned Spilsbury's certainty. Even the small bruise on Vera's forehead was examined with forensic intent. Spilsbury interpreted it as evidence of a deliberate blow, perhaps used to render her unconscious. But there was no corresponding wounding or swelling, and modern analysis might just as easily consider it a minor injury from a fall. As with so much in this case, the conclusions were formed not just from evidence, but from interpretation, and from a near religious belief in the infallibility of science. And so, with suspicion focused, but science still unsure, the long-delayed inquest into the murder of Vera Page was finally allowed to begin. From the Daily Herald, the 11th of February 1932, Percy Rush in dramatic duel. An inquest on Vera Page. Coroner and some singular facts enticed by somebody who knew her after. After a dramatic duel between the coroner and one of the witnesses, Mr. Percy Rush, the jury at the inquest of Vera Page at Paddington yesterday returned an open verdict of murder against some person or persons unknown. Vera Page, an 11-year-old schoolgirl who lived with her parents at Blenheim Crescent, Notting Hill, was found strangled in the garden of a house in Addison Road, Kensington, on December the 16th. Crowds were waiting at the doors of the court nearly an hour before the inquest started. The coroner, Mr. Ingleby Oddie, recalled the circumstances in which Vera Page was last seen. He explained that after being seen by 4 people, she was observed by a little girl at about 5 o'clock looking in a shop window at the corner of Blenheim Crescent. She was found dead 2 days later behind the tradesman's entrance of number 89 Addison Road. and she had been laid down probably that morning. There are marks on each side of the neck, Mr. Ingleby Oddie added, which showed that she had been strangled by hand. She had been violated, and there was a mark across the front of her throat, probably made by a cord, and her beret is missing. She had 2 or 3 spots of candle grease on her right shoulder, just under her overcoat, and in the crook of her right elbow there was found a finger stall consisting of a bandage and a piece of lint. It had evidently been drawn off the finger of a man, probably as he drew his hand from under her arm. It had come from the finger of a person who had suppurating or discharging wounds on his finger, and it was noticed by the police who discovered it that it had a peculiar smell, which, when tested, proved to be the smell of ammonia. That is the only clue that the police have had on which to work. Relatives of Vera Page all say that she was a shy and retiring girl, not likely to speak or go with any stranger. It would be a reasonable inference that the person who enticed her away was someone whom she knew, and somebody probably living in that location. Police hunt with tooth comb. 1,000 statements from the district. The police have taken more than 1,000 statements, and the whole district has been gone through with a small tooth comb. Out of all the people from whom they have taken statements, there is only one person who knew her, and whom she knew, who was at the time of the murder said to have been wearing a finger stall on the little finger of his left hand. This man, whose name is Percy Orlando Rush, had a wound on his left finger and was wearing a finger stall. The wound was suppurating, and what is very strange is that he worked with ammonia. He's a flannel washer, and he lives at Talbot Road, directly east of Blenheim Crescent. He lived on the top floor of the building with his wife. Rush was wearing a bandage on his left little finger, and he was a man who knew Vera Page, and he went for a walk to see his father in the house, 22 Blenheim Crescent, and had in fact a key to let himself in. Statements have been taken from Rush, said the coroner, and he will be called and may satisfy you that the facts that he was wearing a finger stall about the time this girl disappeared were a mere coincidence. The police have had the spots of candle grease on Vera's coat examined and compared with the candle found at Rush's house. They agree, continued the coroner. Of course, that may not mean much, because there are hundreds and thousands of candles in London that might correspond to the grease found on this little girl's coat. On Rush's overcoat were found stains. A woman would tell them that when she was crossing Holland Park Avenue, which leads from Addison Avenue into Holland Park Gardens, she saw a man wheeling a barrow. On that barrow was a bundle. The wrapping used for the bundle was a red tablecloth. The barrow was being wheeled in the direction of the place where the body was found. The woman gave a description of the man which, to some extent, tallied with the appearance of Rush. The police went to Rush's house, and there they found a red tablecloth similar to the one described by the woman. A pyjama cord. That may be a coincidence, said the coroner, and an absolute mistake on the part of the woman. She has had 2 opportunities of picking out Rush and failed on both occasions. Therefore, she may be wrong when she describes the person with the barrow as being similar to Rush, and he may have had nothing whatsoever to do with the crime. In Rush's pocket was found a pyjama cord. He is engaged in a laundry, said Mr. Oddie, and he may well have the opportunity of picking up a pyjama cord and putting it in his pocket. It is singularly, particularly in view of the marks found upon the girl's neck, which may have been caused by something in the nature of a pyjama cord. It may not have been used for the purpose of strangling the girl, but for pulling the body. When Vera left home, she was wearing a beret. When the body was found, there was no beret, but a beret was found in the area of a house in Stanley Crescent, close to where Vera was last seen. Curiously enough, the beret smelt of paraffin, although Mrs. Short, who found it, said that it had not been near anything containing paraffin. Mrs. Short picked up a piece of candle in the area. In the area there is an empty cellar. Coal dust was found on the body and the finger stall, and there was coal dust in the cellar. The cellar was not used by Mrs. Short, who lives in the casement, the coroner added. How did the beret come to be in this area, and what is a piece of candle doing in that area? Did the murderer take the child into the area knowing there was an empty cellar there? And did he assault her? Did she cry? And did he then strangle her and put her in the cellar? It would be possible for that to have happened, because about the hour this murder took place, the only people in the basement were Mrs. Short and her family, and they have a loudspeaker and gramophone going every night. Sir Bernard Spilsbury said the girl's body could only have been where it was found a few hours. He thought death must have taken place not very long after the child was missed. Dr. Roche Lynch, analyst from the Home Office, gave evidence as to the bandage and the grease. Charles John Miles, age 17, washhouse boy at the laundry, said that the last time he saw Rush with the bandage on was on a Friday. He did not see Rush wearing a bandage on any day during the week of the murder. At the inquest, a workman of Percy Rush testified somewhat reluctantly that he had noticed a dirty bandage on Rush's finger on the very night Vera disappeared. Although vague at first, he ultimately confirmed his earlier police statement under questioning from the coroner, who remarked pointedly, "It has been dragged out of you, but is it correct?" The witness agreed. Meanwhile, Margaret Key, a local woman, describing seeing a man pushing a barrow that evening, carrying a bundle covered with a red tablecloth. But when shown a similar cloth later recovered from Rush's home, she hesitated. The colour matched, she said, but the fringe is not. Both testimonies added to the unease, not quite enough to confirm guilt, but just enough to keep the shadow of suspicion alive. The spotlight finally turned to the man Scotland Yard had quietly scrutinised for weeks, Percy Rush, a 40-year-old cleaner who lived near Vera Page's home. Described as a short, thick-set man with a fresh complexion and horn-rimmed glasses, Rush entered the witness box under caution. The coroner reminded him that everything he said might be used against him. Rush nodded. "I don't mind. I'm quite satisfied." From the start, his answers wavered. He admitted knowing Vera, even speaking to her once, but insisted he wouldn't have recognised her on the street. "She's never made herself familiar with me," he said. Despite telling police earlier that she was a nice little child he had seen playing outside. When pressed, Rush reluctantly admitted that he had recognised her photo in the paper after her death. The contradictions hung in the air. Then came the question about the bandaged finger, the detail police had quietly pursued for weeks. Rush claimed he had injured it days before the murder and had stopped wearing the bandage by Monday, but his story shifted. First he said the bandage was stained with pocket dust. Then, when reminded he had cleaned flues, he admitted there had also been soot. When confronted with the ammonia smell on the bandage found near Vera's body, he explained vaguely that he'd wanted the wound to harden and didn't protect it during work. The coroner leant forward. "Was not that bandage yours?" Rush said, "No." "Do you know it smelt of ammonia?" Rush smiled faintly. The coroner snapped, "Don't smile. It's nothing to smile at." There were further inconsistencies. Rush couldn't explain the coal dust on his trousers, even though he was the only one with access to the coal cellar, the very place some now suspected Vera's body may have been hidden before being moved. The coroner asked plainly, "So, if something were locked up in that cellar, no one would know except you?" Rush replied, "Yes, that's right." He denied meeting Vera that night, swearing on the Bible he had not. He also denied wearing a bandage after Saturday, although witnesses contradicted this. When asked why on the night of the murder he hadn't visited his nearby parents as usual, Rush said simply, "I wanted to look at the shops." After the questioning concluded, the coroner described the case as bristling with difficulties. The jury retired, and when they returned, they delivered a verdict that echoed the frustrations of the investigation. "We find an open verdict of murder by person or persons unknown." And just like that, the strongest suspect walked free. For all the searching, the speculation, the thousands of miles travelled and statements taken, the inquest returned an open verdict. Legally, Percy Rush walked free, but the court of public opinion is a harder one to satisfy. His testimony, cautious, inconsistent, and at times oddly rehearsed, left many unconvinced. His explanations for the bandage, the ammonia, the stains, all technically plausible, but never quite persuasive. And so, despite the law's inability to charge him, the shadow remained. Rush was quietly dismissed from his job, his wife too let go, and the whispers continued in shop queues and on the street corners that someone, somehow, had slipped the noose. In the weeks that followed, Rush offered a theory of his own, one that, to him at least, explained the strange sightings, the mistaken identities, and the trail that always seemed to lead back to him. He believed he had a double, a convenient explanation perhaps, although one that failed to convince Scotland Yard. From the Daily Herald, the 12th of February 1932, "I have a double," said Mr. Rush. "I am convinced that I have a double." Percy Rush, one of the principal witnesses at the inquest on Vera Page, made this statement to a Daily Herald representative at his mother's house in Blenheim Crescent, Notting Hill, yesterday. "I believe I've seen the man who is my double," Mr. Rush went on. "A few days ago I collided with a man in the street. He apologised and went off, but I just had time to see that he may have been mistaken for me." "That's what we all think, that Percy has a double," Mrs. Rush interposed. "For 22 years. I've been married to Percy for 10 years, and we were courting for 12. If anyone knows him, I do," Mrs. Rush continued. "If I thought he had murdered Vera Page, I should leave him today because I should be afraid that the same might happen to me, and I've told Percy that." "My wife is the dearest little brick of a man could have," Mr. Rush responded. He put his arms around her and added, "I've 3 sweethearts, my mother, my wife, and my wife's mother." Percy Rush has lost his job. "I've asked to be reinstated," he went on, "but they say there's no vacancy. I'm going to have a rest week because I'm one mass of nerves. Then I'm going to look for work. The police warned me on Saturday that I should be wanted at the inquest, but they didn't tell me what it was going to be like. I suppose they thought that if they told me too much, I should fly from the country. Why should I fly? I've no reason for hiding myself anywhere. I shouldn't have known Vera Page if I'd seen her in the street. I am short-sighted, and people look different when they have their outdoor clothes on. I saw her only once when she answered the door to me. I'm glad it's over, Mr. Rush said when I went to the inquest yesterday and they asked me questions. I didn't know what it was all about. But my name is cleared. Mrs. Rush told the Daily Herald that she is also without a job. She was employed for many years by a firm of cleaners, but on account of slack trade, all married women employees have been dismissed. I expect Percy will be able to get another job soon. He's so experienced. Mrs. Rush referred to the charge of indecent behaviour of which her husband was recently acquitted. This charge made me believe more than ever in the existence of a double, she said. Percy would never do a thing like that. He's a very nervous man with little mannerisms which might make people suspect him. But he is the last man in the world to behave in the way suggested. He's a very kind man, and he's very fond of children. The evidence. Despite the open verdict, Scotland Yard's investigation had circled almost from the beginning around one man, Percy Rush. The case against him was never formally made and never officially dropped, but in the forensic and testimonial fragments left behind, a picture emerges. A man known to Vera Page, a man with an injured finger at just the critical time, and a man whose trousers were soiled with coal dust, and who alone had access to the coal cellar near where police believed Vera's body may have been temporarily hidden. Witnesses have seen him wearing a bandage on the Monday, the very day Vera vanished, and then not again until her body was found. A blood-stained finger bandage was discovered near the scene, later shown to carry traces of ammonia, the very chemical Rush used in his cleaning job. He admitted to discarding several homemade bandages, but claimed they had simply become soiled with pocket dust. That same evening, a woman in the area reported seeing a man wheeling a barrow with a suspicious bundle, something large, wrapped in a red tablecloth. When shown the red tablecloth later found in Rush's home, she said the colour was similar, but the fringe was different. She was also twice unable to positively identify Rush as the man she had seen. The fibres found on Vera's clothing, black wool and flax-like strands, were said to resemble those in Rush's home, but in truth this was interpretation, not proof. No fibre analysis by modern standards was undertaken, and the visual comparisons made under the microscope lacked objective rigour. Rush's timeline of the day Vera disappeared was hesitant. He said he walked home from Kensington, avoiding his own house because he didn't like going into an empty one. He claimed that the route placed him within a few hundred yards of where Vera was last seen, but he insisted he'd never have recognised her in the street. When confronted with a statement where he said he knew her and had seen her playing outside, he backtracked, claiming poor eyesight and unfamiliarity. At the inquest, his answers were uneven. He contradicted himself on the bandages, on whether he'd seen Vera, and on why he hadn't visited his parents that day, as he often did. His explanation: he wanted to look at shop windows. Asked outright if the blood-stained bandage found near Vera's body was his, Rush denied it, but his voice shook. And when the coroner noted that the bandage smelled of ammonia, Rush let a faint smile pass across his face, prompting a sharp rebuke. "Don't smile. It is nothing to smile at. Rush was not formally charged. The jury returned an open verdict, but in the eyes of many he remained the man who had not been proven guilty, only unproven. He lost his job, and with it any hope of anonymity. What went wrong in the Vera Page case? Despite the colossal effort, over 5,000 miles travelled, 100,000 words of reports, dozens of officers working day and night, the murder of Vera Page remains unsolved. And while the case showcased the ambitions of forensic science in the early 1930s, it's also laid bare its flaws. Fibres, inference without proof, black wool fibres and flax-like strands found on Vera's clothing were said to resemble materials from Rush's home, but the science of fibre comparison was, at the time, entirely visual. There was no databases, no chemical profiling, no objective thresholds for what constitutes a match. The links were suggestive, not conclusive, and modern experts would now call this method interpretation masquerading as science. Bandage and ammonia inconclusive associations. A blood-stained finger bandage was found near the site where Vera's body had been dumped. Rush had a finger injury, used ammonia in his work, and had discarded multiple homemade bandages, but no definitive test proved the bandage was his. Its presence was suspicious, but not forensically nailed down. Spilsbury noted its odour and condition, but again, without modern chemical or DNA analysis, it was circumstantial at best. Time of death uncertain and overstated. Spilsbury gave a time of death estimate consistent with the early evening Vera disappeared, but her body had likely been washed or stored in a damp or cold condition, which would affect cooling and decomposition. No attempt was made to control for these factors, and yet the estimates were taken as gospel. Today, such a time range would to be seen as highly uncertain. Chemical testing of clothing. Primitive methods. Vera's garments were suspected to what was then considered cutting-edge chemical analysis to detect seminal fluid. The test relied on ammonia-based protein detection, which cannot distinguish between bodily fluids, perspiration or contamination post-mortem. In a time before serology or DNA, this was science grasping in the dark, but presented in court with confidence. A clash of forensic styles. Behind the scenes, even the experts were divided. Dr. Roche Lynch, the Home Office's own analyst, reportedly questioned some of Spilsbury's interpretations, a rare glimpse of dissent in an otherwise deferential system. For the first time, Spilsbury's traditional visual-based methods, bruising patterns, fibre matches and body cooling, were set alongside newer laboratory-driven approaches. The chemical analysis of Vera's clothing was handled by Dr. Roche Lynch, the Home Office's chief analyst, whose conclusions, particularly on the presence of seminal fluid, introduced a new layer of scientific ambiguity. No direct conflict between the two men was reported, but it was clear that forensic science was evolving, and Spilsbury's once unquestioned certainty no longer stood alone. Eyewitness ambiguity and memory failures. Witnesses contradicted themselves on seeing bandages, on recognising suspects, on timelines. Some accounts, such as Margaret Key's recollection of a man with a red-covered bundle, were vivid, but the key object, a red tablecloth, didn't match the one later shown to her. No testimony proved solid enough to form a chain of custody or crime. Lack of physical evidence or clear crime scene. Vera's body was likely moved post-mortem. There were no conclusive locations of death, no murder weapon, no traceable vehicle, no reliable sighting of the killer. Without these anchors, all forensic results remained floating, compelling but unmoored. Ultimately, the Vera Page case became a cautionary tale, a collision of hope in science and the stubborn limits of what science could then deliver. The murder investigations may have been one of the most extensive of its time, but scale alone cannot guarantee resolution. As months turned into years, what remained was not a solved crime, but a question that refused to fade. In later interviews, senior detectives at Scotland Yard were asked about the great unsolved crimes of their careers, the cases that never left them. Time and time again, the same answer emerged. They didn't lack suspects, they lacked proof. In each of these lingering mysteries, and Vera Page was amongst them, the police believed they knew who had done it, but belief is not evidence, and suspicion, however strong, is not a conviction. And so, in the record books, the case remains open. The file sits unsolved. The science spoke, the statements were taken, the streets were searched. But the law requires certainty, and certainty in this case never came. Case 2. The Yarmouth Beach murder. Strangled twice, 12 years apart. True crime from 1912. There are some cases that disturb not simply because of what happened, but because of what appears to have happened before. In 1900, a young woman was found on Yarmouth Beach strangled with a bootlace. It was a crime that shocked the country and led to the execution of her husband. The case, it seemed, was closed. But 12 years later, another young woman was found on that same stretch of coastline, strangled with a shoelace, her body left in almost the same place, as though the earlier crime had never truly ended. Now the police were faced with a rather uncomfortable question. Was this simply coincidence, or a grim echo of a crime already solved? Was there something or someone moving quietly through Yarmouth, waiting years before striking again? This is the story of Dora May Gray. From the London Evening Standard, the 16th of July, 1912. Beach murder. Girl found strangled with a bootlace. The discovery of a mysterious beach murder in which the victim is a girl of 17 was made at Yarmouth yesterday. The crime resembles in all essentials the Yarmouth Beach murder of 12 years ago, for which a man named Herbert Bennett suffered the death penalty. The scene of the present tragedy is the South Beach. Here, early yesterday morning, the body of a girl was found lying only 6 feet from the roadway of the Marine Parade extension, death being apparently due to strangulation with a bootlace and the victim's own stocking. The police surgeon who was summoned to the scene stated that in all probability death took place at midnight on Sunday. No sign of a struggle were apparent on the beach, and after a careful examination the body was removed to the mortuary in a motor car. From laundry marks on the girl's clothes, she was later identified as Dora May Gray, aged 17, a day girl employed at a house in Yarmouth. She was an orphan who had been brought up by her 2 aunts, living in a modest cottage in Manderby Road. The girl was with them on Sunday, and the last they saw her alive when she left the house at 8 o'clock in the evening. No clue has been discovered, and up to the present the police are entirely at a loss. A post-mortem has been held, and the doctors will report at the inquest, which will probably open today. In the crime of 12 years ago, a young woman whom Bennett had brought from London had arranged to meet on the South Beach was found there on Sunday morning, similarly strangled with a bootlace. About Dora May Gray. Dora had been born illegitimate. Her mother ran away when she was a baby, and Dora had been raised by her two aunts, who described her as a good girl. She was described in the papers as about 5 feet 4 inches high, with light brown eyes and dark brown hair. She was well built. One of her centre teeth is partially decaying away, and she appeared to be about from 18 to 25 years of age. She was wearing a blue serge dress of modest make, with a hat of more pretentious style. The crime had taken place during the peak holiday period, and police and officials were keen to dampen down the crime so as not to scare away the tourists. But amongst the locals, talk was rife with the coincidences that had taken place between the two murders on the beach. From the London Evening Standard, the 17th of July, 1912, Yarmouth Beach Mystery, Inquest on the Victim. No fresh facts had yet come to light to elucidate the mysterious tragedy on Yarmouth Beach. In opening the inquest last night on the victim, Dora May Gray, aged 18, the coroner could only express the hope that on a subsequent occasion evidence might be forthcoming to connect somebody with what he termed this cowardly and dastardly crime upon a poor, defenceless woman at a time when thousands were finding happiness in holiday making. He compared the case with the Bennett crime and said that one of the girl's worsted shoelaces was as tightly fastened like a ligature as Bennett tied the bootlace around his victim's neck. Miss Selina Ann Eastick identified the body as that of her niece, whom she had had in her care since she was a baby, after her mother had disappeared. The witness said that the girl had no attachment and always had been a good girl. She had never spent a night away from home. She left the house last Sunday night at 7:30 for a walk, and said that she would not be late. Usually she returned at 10 o'clock. On Monday afternoon, the witness saw a newspaper and went to the police, who showed her the deceased's clothes, and she identified the body. The deceased had always been a cheerful girl. The deputy borough surveyor put in a plan showing that the body was found 6 feet from the parade and 300 yards beyond the Nelson column. William Smith, a carter, described how he saw the body when driving along the parade. The girl lay flat on her back, with her feet straight out and her hands by her side. Her hat was on and her clothes were in order. Sergeant Herring said that when Smith summoned him, he found the deceased's tongue protruding 1 inch and turned black. She had bled from the nose, and the body was cold and stiff. The hair was not disarranged, and there was no sign of a struggle. He searched over a radius of several hundred yards, but could see nothing suspicious. There were no wheel marks of any vehicle near the spot other than those made by Smith's cart. The coroner adjourned the inquiry for a week without calling medical evidence. The opinion is growing in Yarmouth that the victim was brought to the beach after being murdered. It is suggested that the absence of signs of a struggle might be due to her being first drugged. The coroner, however, called attention to scratches on the deceased's chin which, he said, might be due to resisting her assailant or in attempting to remove the shoelace. The other real concern that police and locals had was that they possibly had a copycat killer on their hands. From the London Evening Standard, 17th of July 1912, Yarmouth Beach Mystery, the theory of imitative murder. The murder has aroused widespread indignation and a general hope that the culprit may be captured. Surrounding the mystery of the girl's death are features of strong dramatic interest. Dora Gray has already reported in these columns left her home near the cattle market to go for a walk on Sunday evening. Of good figure and attractive appearances, she was well dressed and looked older than her actual age of 18. While she had been in service in Manbury Road and other places, she had received numerous letters, but so far as is known, had no friends outside the family circle. From the moment she left home until she was found on the beach, strangled with her stockings and the laces from her shoe, no one appears to have seen her either with company or without. Yarmouth on Sunday evenings was, as is usual in the summer season, crowded with visitors. The girl, being young, had a habit of conversing with strangers against which she had been warned. The questions for the police are: in whose company did she arrive at the spot where she was found dead? Did she take off her stockings and use them with her laces to strangle herself? Was she decoyed to the spot and murdered? All the evidence points to the last of these theories. On the same beach nearly 12 years ago, a Woolwich man named Bennett murdered his wife by strangling her with a bootlace. At the time, the tragedy aroused great interest on account of the circumstantial evidence and the bold fight for Mr. Marshall Hall at the Old Bailey on Bennett's behalf. But Bennett was found guilty and was hanged. A post-mortem revealed that Dora was maiden still. There were no signs of poison, and there were no wounds on her body other than some slight scratches on her chin, which it was speculated had occurred when she had been fighting to take off the ligature around her neck. Then some new evidence began to arise, and it would seem that Dora was not the quiet, reserved girl her aunt had described. Instead, it appeared that Dora was a young woman attracted to the rich visiting yachters. She had been seen in the company of several men the previous week. From the London Evening Standard, the 1st of August 1912, Beach Mystery. Remarkable inquest evidence. The man in the grey suit. Dead girl's strange adventures. The murderer of Dora Gray, the Yarmouth girl of 18 years, who was strangled with one of her own shoelaces on the South Beach 16 days ago, still remains at large and unknown. Medical evidence showed that there were no signs of a struggle, and the position of the body was quiet and reposeful. The fresh facts as to the girl's movements brought out were that she left her situation without leave for a week in June, that she had been seen on several occasions with yachtsmen, and that on the evening of Sunday, the 14th of July, the night before the crime was discovered, she was observed walking towards the South Beach with a man in a grey suit. A man in the grey suit. They were seen by William Bacon, a bill poster on the Marine Parade, at about 7:45 p.m. They were not walking arm in arm, but were laughing and talking and going towards the South Beach. Bacon describes the man as about 6 foot high and a head and shoulders taller than the girl, clean-shaven, dark-complexioned and young. He was wearing a grey suit, soft grey hat and dark brown boots. They were seen on the parade just before 8 o'clock by John Harris, an attendant at the Britannic Pier. Harris described the man as about 40, rather fair and clean-shaven. He was wearing a grey suit and a straw hat. He did not think he could recognize the man again. Almost an hour later, shortly before 9 o'clock, Emily Blythe, the girl assistant at the fruit stall on the Marine Parade South, noticed the couple pass. The man was about 20 years old, the same height as the dead girl, and she didn't know whether he was fair or dark. He was dressed in a grey suit. At the yacht station, remarkable evidence was also given by Hubert Baldroy, a boy of 13, who is the son of the attendant at the Yarmouth yacht station. He had known Dora Gray, he said, since the week before Whitsuntide, through her coming to inquire for the yacht Flame belonging to Wrexham. Sometimes she came 2 or 3 times a week, and sometimes only once a fortnight. The Flame did not come to Yarmouth until Monday, July 15th, and on the previous Sunday the girl told him that she had been to Lowestoft with a gentleman. She then went aboard the yacht Media, where she remained till the afternoon and only left when the yacht went away. She told the young Hubert on leaving the yacht station that she was going for a walk with a gentleman with whom she went to Lowestoft. He saw her a fortnight before her death walking with 5 young men in yachting dress on North Quay near the yacht station. The hat found upon the murdered girl when her body was discovered on Monday, July 15th, was not the one she was wearing the day before. Mrs. Louisa Newman, wife of a chef living in Manby Road, said that the deceased, Dora Gray, first came into her service last summer and left at the end of the season. The witness re-engaged her last Whitsuntide, and she continued in her service till Saturday, July 13th, when she left her house at 9 in the evening. From June the 16th till the 24th, the deceased was away without leave. The witness saw her out on 2 days during that week's absence, and on Saturday, June 22nd, the deceased, Dora Gray, called and told the witness that she had been to Norwich. When she left the witness's house for the last time on Saturday, July 13th, she was wearing the same clothes as those she was wearing when found on the beach. The witness had never seen the deceased in a man's company. Miss Selina Eastick, with whom the deceased lived, said that she had never seen her with a young man or known her to keep company with one. During the week the deceased was away from Mrs. Newman's, she came home every night to sleep, but the witness explained that she did not know at what time. Medical evidence. Dr. Thomas Lettice, the police surgeon, described the position of the body, which was lying on the east side of the parade, where there was grass 5 or 6 feet from the roadway. There were no signs of any struggle. The deceased was lying on her back in a quiet, reposeful position, with her arms by her side. The hands were not at all clenched, the fingers were slightly flexed. Her feet were bare, and her shoes, one of which had no lace in it, were lying about a foot away. She had been strangled with the bootlace, tied very tightly twice around her throat with a reef knot. A pair of stockings was also tied around her throat with a reef knot. There was no sand on her face or hair or in her fingernails. Death had taken place about 5 hours earlier. With the exception of a few slight scratches on her chin and some slight abrasions under her chin, there were no external marks of violence. The post-mortem showed that all the signs were those of death from asphyxia. He did not think that the girl could have tied the shoelace round her neck tightly enough to have caused death. Dr. Blake thought that the scratches and abrasions showed that the deceased died from the first turn of the shoelace, and he saw no signs of drugging. William Lincoln Sutton, the public analyst from Norfolk and Suffolk, who analysed the stomach and contents, said that he found no evidence of the presence of any poisons. Evidence was given by a constable on finding a pair of gloves belonging to the dead girl 280 yards away from the body on hard ground, which left no trace of footprints. The coroner said that he could not but ask whether the murder took place where the deceased was found. Neither he nor they could unravel the mystery. The jury returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persona unknown. Sadly, unlike the Bennett case, Dora's murderer continued to elude the police. There were a number of false confessions to the crime, but none of them were viable by any evidence, and the suspects were released. Dora, it was found, had also created a different persona from the excitement of yachts and motor cars. On her days off, she dressed more flamboyantly and became known as Dolly. There were few mourners for Dora at her funeral. Her two aunts, the clergyman, a friend, and several reporters. As the other side of Dora emerged, it would seem the cold case became shelved. The coroner, Tolver Waters, stated, "The deceased, Dora Gray, was apparently a respectable girl, but she might have gone out with young men. It was surmised that she might have chosen young men above her station." The sad case of Dora Gray remained unresolved. Case 3. A Scottish murder mystery, true crime from 1909. There are some cases where the mystery begins not with a body, but with a woman who seemed very much alive. Georgina Burnett, known as Jeannie, was not easily forgotten. She was seen, recognised, and remembered. Stylish, cheerful, full of movement and conversation, the sort of person people noticed and expected to see again. And then quite suddenly, she wasn't. No farewell, no explanation, just a quiet absence in a city where she had once been so visible. Months would pass before anything was found, and when it was not in a street or a room or any place one might reasonably search. It was at the bottom of a disused pit, bound, concealed, and hidden so completely that her death had gone unnoticed for weeks. By the time she was discovered, the questions were already piling up. Who had taken her there? Why had she been hidden so carefully? And perhaps most troubling of all, who had last seen her alive? This is the Musselburgh mystery and the death of Georgina Burnett. Background. Georgina Burnett, known to most as Jeannie, was remembered as a vivacious, stylish woman in her mid-30s, full of warmth, energy, and the hope of a new beginning. She was well known around the north and south bridges of Edinburgh, not merely recognised but remembered for her fashionable appearance, athletic stride, and bright, magnetic presence. She was a familiar figure and among many a favourite. Jeannie's life bore the hallmarks of hardship, but also a fierce independence. She moved often, relying on temporary lodgings and relationships that raised eyebrows in polite society. In her final weeks, she had been living with a sailor from HMS Agamemnon, a man who went AWOL to stay by her side. Their companionship, unconventional and uncertain, was characterized by affection and volatility. To those who knew her, Jeannie was cheery and affectionate. She doted on children, took care in her appearance, and maintained a sense of style that defied expectations of women in her situation, although she may have been judged harshly by the moral standards of the time. She was not forgotten. In the end, it was a memory and a kind of loyalty that led to her identification. A former landlady, stirred by what she read in the papers, travelled to Musselburgh to examine the victim's clothing. She recognised the undergarments as Jeannie's, items she had laundered with her own hands. Her certainty was so convincing that the police exhumed the body for confirmation, and with another former acquaintance, the grim identification was made. Before her disappearance, Jeannie had spoken of changing her life. The sailor had promised to support her with a small allowance and the hope of future marriage. She had begun making plans, and then she was gone. The sailor. James Hayward was 35 years old when he met Jeannie Burnett outside the Empire Theatre in Edinburgh, the very evening he left the Royal Navy after over 11 years of service. It was, by his own account, the beginning of a passionate, if ill-fated, companionship. The two began living together almost immediately, passing through a series of addresses in Edinburgh. Hayward was no fly-by-night sailor. His record was long and respectable, until love pulled him into open defiance of duty. When his shore leave ended, he simply didn't return to HMS Agamemnon. Instead, he deserted, giving up not only his position, but the promise of pension and deferred pay. For all the women he now considered a partner, the cost of that decision would be steep. He was dismissed from service, financially ruined, and cast adrift from the only structure he had known. Their relationship, however, was not without tension. One landlady described their presence as undesirable and asked him to leave. Still, Jeannie seemed cheerful and affectionate with those around her, particularly with the children of their hosts, while Hayward was increasingly uneasy. On the 17th of June, Jeannie dressed and announced she was going to Musselburgh with a miner, someone she had previously known. She promised to return that evening or the following day, and Hayward tried to persuade her not to go. But she left, and that was the last time he saw her. When she failed to return, Hayward was visibly distressed. He called at the police station, searched for her in local prisons, and retraced her steps through the streets. His efforts, however, led to nothing. Despite this official vindication, the tragedy left Hayward shattered. His love for Jeannie had not only cost him his naval career, it left him jobless, rootless, and bereft. He had gambled everything on a future that never arrived. The labourer John Bell. John Bell was a 34-year-old labourer from the Fishbarrow district of Musselburgh, a local man well known in the area and familiar with the rhythms of pit and pub life. His connection to Georgina Burnett dated back over a decade, to a time when he had been stationed as a private in an artillery regiment near Dundee. According to Bell, they'd remained in loose contact ever since. On the 17th of June, the day Burnett vanished, Bell was meant to begin his night shift at New Craighall Colliery, where he worked under the surface foreman Alexandra Bissett. But when he arrived that evening, he wasn't dressed for work. Instead, he showed up in the company of a woman. He introduced her as his cousin, Miss Burnett from Dundee, saying she was to help care for his invalid aunt. The woman, later confirmed by photograph to be Georgina Burnett, was shown around the pit and introduced to the foreman. The pair lingered for a while, left together, then reappeared later that evening in Portobello, where Bell, Bissett and Burnett shared drinks before parting ways at around about 10 o'clock. Bell and Burnett were last seen boarding a tram together. According to Bell, they disembarked before reaching Joppa, quarrelled, drank a pint of whisky between them, and eventually went separate ways, Burnett to Edinburgh and Bell back to Musselburgh. In the stillness of an autumn morning in 1909, Musselburgh stirred, with rumours darker than the coal-black depth beneath its soil. What began as a routine descent into the Olive Bank pit, a disused shaft on the edge of town, soon unearthed something far more sinister than abandoned machinery or forgotten tools. A body, bound, contorted, and concealed in a coal sack, discarded like rubbish into the shadows below. At first, there was no name, no identity, and no clear suspect. Only a chilling certainty this was no accident and no suicide. As news spread, locals whispered of clues left behind, scattered shoes, broken combs, and the torn end of a man's tie, hints of a struggle in the dark, a vanished woman, a hidden crime. From the Scotsman, the 17th of September 1909, the Musselburgh tragedy. It is believed that the discovery of a woman's body in the pit shaft at Musselburgh has brought to light a murder by a person or persons as yet unknown. Suicides is out of the question, for it had been ascertained that the body had been tied neck to heel and forced into a coal sack. Further, Mr. John Dark, the colliery manager who helped to raise the body from the water, states that when making his usual round of inspection on a Sunday morning in the early part of this year, he found what he considered evidence of a struggle having taken place between a man and a woman some 50 paces from the pit mouth in the direction of the Musselburgh branch of the North British Railway. Scattered about on the ground were a neat pair of ladies' shoes, almost new, and a lady's handkerchief, 2 ornamental combs with wisps of black hair attached, and close by that portion of a tie which goes around the neck. He reported the matter to the police, who took possession of the articles. Apparently, the heavy beams of timber which are laid across the pit mouth had not been disturbed, although the officers took the precaution of examining the pit mouth. The fact that no woman locally resident was reportedly missing weighed with the police, who, after a time, let the matter drop. Theory respecting the crime. Olive Bank Pithead stands surrounded by a considerable expanse of waste land, with plenty of trees, grassy mounds and hollows. Trespassers can readily invade the place from several points. The most feasible theory, taking all the circumstances into account, is that the woman had been inveigled into the deserted yard under cover of night. A post-mortem examination was made in the Musselburgh mortuary yesterday by Professor Harvey Littlejohn. The official description of remains. In the evening, the police issued a description of the body and expressed a hope that the details might lead to a claimant for the remains coming forward, and it was arranged to allow the body to remain in the mortuary for another day. The official note describes the body as that of a woman between 30 and 40 years of age, 5 feet 1.5 inches in height, stout of build, with a stout face, black hair, and a perfect set of natural teeth. The murder of Georgina Burnett was not only brutal, but eerily invisible. On the night of February the 20th, she died struggling in the darkness of a deserted coal yard, yet her death went unnoticed for months. That such a violent act could unfold in the heart of Musselburgh without a trace stirred deep unease in the town. Initially thought to be a stranger who arrived by train, suspicion later shifted when it emerged a local woman had vanished around about the same time. In an area of transient female labour, where comings and goings often passed without comment, her disappearance might never have been discovered were it not for one workman's chance encounter with the truth. At first, it was believed that the items discovered near the pit in February, a pair of neat high-heeled shoes and a clump of brown hair and scattered accessories, marked the site of a violent struggle tied to the later body discovery. But crucial differences emerged. The hair colour did not match the victim's, and the belongings, while specific, were cheap and common. Most telling was a fragment of newspaper found with the body, undated but potentially printed after the February incident. If so, it would confirm what investigations began to suspect, that the pit held secrets from a different night altogether. Whoever killed Jeannie Burnett almost certainly knew the lay of the land. Olive Bank Pit was no place for a stranger to stumble into at night. Its craters, its mounds, and dense tree cover formed a confusing maze, bordered by high stone walls and watch gates. A fragment of torn, made-up tie, violently ripped and royal in colour, hinted at a struggle, but the remoteness of the site pointed to something more chilling: premeditation. This was a place chosen with care, secluded, silent, and almost perfectly shielded from view. Even the nearest neighbours heard nothing. The pit where the body was discovered was a monster, 6 feet wide and over 700 feet deep, and long abandoned due to flooding. Water now reached nearly to the surface, but back in February it was 60 feet lower, which may explain why no one found her then. The shaft had been sealed with heavy wooden beams, seemingly undisturbed, a detail that raises disturbing questions. Could a single person have shifted them undetected? And if not, how many were involved? From the Scotsman, the 20th of September 1909, Musselburgh murder mystery, a disquieting development. The result of the investigations in connection with the pieces of newspaper found with the body discovered in the disused coal mine shaft near Musselburgh and alluded to in the Scotsman on Saturday has made it practically certain that the police have to deal not with one crime, but two. The woman whose body was found in the Olive Bank shaft last week apparently was not concerned in the struggle which took place on the night of the 20th of February, following upon which a pair of shoes, part of a man's tie, and other relics were discovered. It has been found that the newspaper fragment had been torn from a Glasgow journal on the 11th of June. The newspaper was found firmly held between the limbs and the body. The figures 11 and 1909 were visible, but the month had been torn off. A paragraph headed Thursday suggested that the issue was that of a Friday, and this gave the probable date as the 11th of June. On comparing the fragment with a copy of the newspaper of that date, this supposition was confirmed. The body discovered in the shaft, therefore, must have been thrown there at least 3.5 months after the struggle in February. A new theory. The discovery has not allayed the local feeling of alarm. On the contrary, it has greatly intensified it. The view is generally held that the authorities have to deal with a matter of much greater magnitude than was first supposed. Those who are aware of the circumstances of the struggle in February can scarcely come to any other conclusion than that a serious crime was then committed. An unexplorable shaft. Comment has been made on the peculiarly desolate nature of the vicinity after the ordinary working hours. This feature is emphasized by the new development of the mystery, which indicates, if the other explanations suggested is not accepted, that the woman was killed and her body disposed of on a summer night in the holiday season, when there were numerous visitors in the town and in close proximity to the tramway line and the railway. Appliances were brought last week for the purpose of grappling for the lost clothing. This, however, was found to be impractical. Timber beams crossed the circular shaft diametrically right down to the bottom, a depth of over 700 feet. They cross from side to side irregularly. Grappling at such a depth would be difficult proceeding in any case, but the crossbeams would effectively impede the working of the grappling irons. Breakthrough and rumour. After months of frustration, the investigation into the Musselburgh murder turned a quiet corner. Without fanfare, the police suddenly grew energized. Word spread that the woman in the pit had finally been identified. Although they offered no public details, their guarded confidence hinted at more. Not just a name, but perhaps a suspect. All eyes turned to Edinburgh, where it was whispered that one or more individuals were under discreet surveillance. Meanwhile, the earlier February incident, the scattered shoes and signs of a struggle, was quietly set aside, believed now to be unrelated. For the first time, resolution seemed possible. From the Scotsman, the 24th of September 1909, the Musselburgh tragedy. Further developments. The sailor's story. In the course of their investigations into the circumstances connected with the Musselburgh tragedy, the police have come into touch with a sailor who was associated for some time with the deceased woman, Georgina or Jeannie Burnett. He was able to explain his movements satisfactorily, and no suspicion is entertained of his having knowledge of how Burnett came by her death. Being satisfied of the man's innocence, the police did not detain him. Circumstances relating to the identification of the woman Burnett have now been ascertained. In the first instance, a former landlady of hers residing in the East End of Edinburgh became impressed by what she had read in the newspapers and called at Musselburgh Police Office on Sunday afternoon, where she recognised the shreds of underclothing as having belonged to Burnett. She had washed and dressed the articles herself more than once, and was further well aware that the new date suggested for the murder, namely towards the end of June, tallied with the time she knew Burnett to last be seen in Edinburgh. Her identification of the relics was positive and convincing enough to the police, but to obtain corroboration was thought proper. Another address where Burnett had lodged with a woman was furnished by the landlady and readily given. The corpse had been buried in Inversec churchyard on Saturday afternoon, but it was decided to exhume the remains, and the two women accomplished definitively the task of recognizing the victim of the tragedy. Information regarding the movements of the girl Burnett immediately prior to her disappearance was also obtained. She had made the acquaintance of a sailor of HMS Agamemnon when the ship was with the fleet this year in the Forth. This sailor, who is an Englishman, did not return to his ship when his shore leave expired, but remained in desertion, and the pair lived together at several addresses. On Friday the 11th of June, they were housed as man and wife in a street in the east of the city district. But though Burnett was cheery and made much of the landlady's little girl, the man's movements were not thought to be very desirable, and they were required to leave on Saturday the 12th of June. On the afternoon of Thursday the 17th of June, Burnett left the room, telling her sailor friend she would be home in the evening. The sailor was out once or twice in the course of the day, but spent the night in the house reading. Burnett did not appear, but the sailor told the landlady not to concern herself, as she might have been detained at the house of a sister who he had in the East Road district of the town. When, however, the girl did not return the next day, the seaman showed keen anxiety and searched in many places for her, even calling at the police office and Carlton prison, without result. She had disappeared utterly. It is said that the man was incensed at the idea that she might have gone away with a Musselburgh miner, with whom he said she had been previously acquainted. 2 arrests and a brutal clue. 10 days after Georgina Burnett's body was found in the Olive Bank pit, 2 local men were arrested in connection with her murder. Meanwhile, a disturbing new lead emerged. Jeannie had last been seen arriving in Musselburgh by tram, accompanied by another young woman. The companion was later found, brutally assaulted in a stairwell, left for dead by attackers, who fled just as the police arrived. Her survival and subsequent testimony may hold the key to the unravelling of what truly happened that night. From the Scotsman, the 25th of September 1909, the Musselburgh Mystery, the victim arrangements for the future. A feature of the case which should materially assist the police is the large number of acquaintances whom the victim seemed to have had in Edinburgh. She was known to many more by sight in the districts she usually frequented, the North and South Bridges and their neighbourhood. Amongst her acquaintances she seemed to have been a general favourite. A vivacity of temperament and a spirit of camaraderie characterized her. She was always well dressed and had a degree of stylishness and personal attractiveness that drew attention to her. Amongst those whose observations she came, it was noticed that, unlike others in similar circumstances, she preserved her style of attire, and in her case there was not the usual gradual decline in appearance. Photographs of her, which were published yesterday, suggest that she was athletic and possessed of considerable strength and activity. This is borne out by the statements of those who knew her. In the photograph from which published likenesses were taken, she appears standing beside a male friend. It is stated by those who knew her intimately that just before her disappearance she had announced that it was her intention to lead a reformed life. The man with whom she had become friendly had arranged to make her a small allowance with a view to his marrying her after a certain interval had elapsed. This proposal, and it was soon after this arrangement had been made, that she was missed. The mystery continues to excite great interest in the Musselburgh neighbourhood, where it is universal and almost the only subject of conversation. The circumstances have recalled many suspicious incidents to the residents in the district, and the tendency to discuss, to magnify, and to distort these incidents, and to base a conjecture. If all they suggest were well founded, the police authorities would have many similar cases to attack. When Burnett's body was discovered, police attention turned to those who had last seen her alive. Bell was detained on the 25th of September by Detective Inspector Findlay of the Midlothian Police. He gave a full account of the evening and confirmed the events previously described by others, including his own foreman. No one else, however, could be produced to confirm the final moments of the night. From the Scotsman, the 27th of September 1909, Musselburgh Murder Mystery. Late on Friday night, one of the suspects in the Musselburgh murder mystery was liberated from custody at Musselburgh Police Office, but the other was brought before Bailey Kelp, the presiding magistrate, at a special sitting of the local police court in the forenoon of Saturday. This was John Bell, labourer, a native of Musselburgh, some 34 years of age, and resident in the Fishbarrow quarter of the town, who is very well known in the borough. An hour and a half before the court proceedings began, people began to assemble outside the town hall, and the crowd gradually grew till quite 500 people were waiting to get a sight of Bell, if it happened that he was remitted to the sheriff. Bell, it is stated, made the acquaintance of the woman 11 years ago in Dundee, when a private in one of the artillery regiments stationed at Budden. Despite the grim findings of the post-mortem, many questions remained unanswered. Chief among them was how Georgina Burnett had met her end, and who, if anyone, was responsible. With public unease mounting and no clear suspect in custody, a formal inquiry was convened to examine the known facts, trace her final movements, and determine whether justice might yet be served in what had become known as the Musselburgh mystery. From the Scotsman, the 26th of October 1909. Inquiry into the Musselburgh mystery. No further light was thrown upon the Musselburgh mystery by the public inquiry yesterday into the circumstances attending the death of Georgina Burnett, whose body was found wrapped in a sack in Olivebank Pit on the 15th September last. It may be recalled that over a month ago, a Musselburgh labourer named John Bell was arrested in connection with the woman's death, but was liberated after a month's detention. Mr. John Clark, manager of Nidri and Benhar Colliery, gave evidence, in courses of which he stated that Olivebank Pit had been closed for 2 years. A large quantity of water had gathered in the shaft, and at the time the body was discovered, the water would be about 117 fathoms deep. He considered it quite possible that the beams over the shaft could be lifted so as to admit a body into the shaft. There would be no difficulty, he thought, in anyone obtaining access to the vicinity of the pit. Cause of death still unclear. Professor Harvey Littlejohn, who conducted the post-mortem, concluded that Georgina Burnett was likely already dead before her body was tied, sacked, and lowered into the pit. Although a skull wound and broken thigh were noted. These may have occurred post-mortem. Due to decomposition, no definitive cause of death could be identified, but there were no signs of natural causes. A piece of newspaper dated the 11th of June, found stuck to her skin, suggests she was placed in the pit around that time, some 8 to 12 weeks before her discovery. My cousin from Dundee, Alexander Bissett, said he was a surface foreman at New Craighall Pit, and Bell was employed there under him. Bell's duties were to act as night foreman. He was expected to turn out on Thursday the 17th of June, but at 5 o'clock, when he was due to start, he appeared in company with a woman. He did not look as if he intended to do any work that night. He introduced the woman as my cousin, Miss Burnett from Dundee, and stated that she was to keep house for him and his aunt, whom was an invalid. Witness has since identified the woman from a photograph as the deceased Georgina Burnett. The couple remained about the colliery for some time, Bell showing the woman the engines and various things about the pit. As they were leaving, Bell told the witness that they were going to Portobello, and at about 8 o'clock he again saw them. The three had some drink together in a public house in Portobello, and ultimately he saw the couple onto a car at the top of Bath Street for Joppa. It was about 10 o'clock at night. He understood they were both going to Musselburgh, as he knew that Bell resided there. He never saw the woman after that. He would not like to say that either of them was the worse for drink, and he certainly did not know that Bell had any whisky in his possession. He next saw Bell on the Saturday night when he came on duty. Bell should have been on duty on the Friday, but was not. Witness never had any conversation with Bell regarding the woman Burnett. Bell's explanation. Donald Findlay, Detective Inspector of the Midlothian County Police, gave evidence regarding Bell's apprehension in connection with Burnett's death. As a result of investigations Witness had made, he considered it necessary to detain Bell. On the 25th of September, Witness asked Bell if he decided to make any explanation, and Bell told him that he had known Burnett for about 10 years, and he had met her in Dundee and saw her at intervals since. On the 17th of June, he met Burnett accidentally in Bath Street in Portobello, and they both went to Musselburgh and then on to New Craighall Pit. Later, they returned to Portobello, where they met Bissett, the foreman, at New Craighall. During the time they were together, Bell and Burnett had frequent refreshment. At about 10 o'clock, Burnett and Bell joined a car at Bath Street, but they alighted before reaching Joppa. They quarrelled, and Bell produced a pint of whisky, which they consumed between them. Some little time afterwards, Burnett took the car to Edinburgh, and Bell returned by car to Musselburgh. That was the last time Bell saw Burnett. Witness had asked Bell if there was any person whom he had met on his way to Musselburgh that night to whom the police could refer, but Bell replied that he did not know any of the persons he passed on the way. Exhaustive inquiries. Witness said he had made exhaustive inquiries among the car conductors between Joppa and Edinburgh, but none could say that they had seen the woman travel up to the city. Inspector Fraser of the Musselburgh Police also gave evidence regarding the investigations. Mr. Alexander Webster, tobacconist, gave evidence regarding the cord found on the body. He stated that it was like a cord which he was in the habit of selling for fishing purposes. The only difference between the two kinds was that while the cord he sold contained 21 strands, the cord found on the body contained 18 strands. Mr. Benton then addressed the jury. He pointed out that it was required by the statute that they should fix the date of death, and by various facts which had been disclosed in the case, they were able to fix it at all events very approximately. Undoubtedly, the circumstances under which the body was found pointed very strongly to foul play. It was perfectly certain, however, that there was no evidence to show that the deceased was accompanied by anyone or any evidence to bring blame upon anyone in connection with Burnett's death. Sheriff Orr, in his address, said the jury would agree that it was a most proper thing that a public inquiry should be held in this case, which was a suspicious death. The jury's findings. The jury in their verdict found 1. That the body of Georgina Burnett was found in Olivebank Pit on the 15th of September 1909, about 2 p.m. 2. That she was last seen alive in Portobello at about 10 p.m. on the 17th of June, and it is probable that death took place on or about the 17th of June. And 3. That the cause of death is unknown. A measured opinion on the case of Georgina Burnett. The case remains murky, but not without shape. One of the two men connected to Georgina in the final days before her disappearance, James Haywood, the sailor, is the least likely suspect. His actions, although impulsive, deserting the Navy, suggest emotional attachment rather than malice. He reported her missing, made repeated inquiries, and even called at a police station and a prison. His story is consistent, confirmed by witnesses, and he surrendered his career and pension for her. In short, a man foolishly in love, not calculating in crime. John Bell, on the other hand, is harder to read. He lied about Burnett's identity, introduced her to others as his cousin. That raised flags. Their quarrel, the alcohol, the lack of confirmed sightings after their last tram ride, and Bell's failure to name anyone who saw them next all suggest he was the last person to see her alive. His admission that they argued and drank a pint of whiskey together on a summer night, followed by silence, leaves a troubling gap. Was it premeditated? Probably not. Was it a moment of drunken rage or accidental violence, followed by concealment? That remains within the realm of possibility. Georgina Burnett's life, marked by instability and risk, placed her in proximity to men who loved her, resented her, or both. But in this case, only one man had opportunity, proximity, motive, jealousy, and a glaring absence of an alibi. If one were to make an educated guess based on the documented statements, actions, and timelines, John Bell remains the most plausible suspect, not because of direct evidence, but because of unanswered questions, narrative inconsistencies, and his presence at the very moment Georgina was last seen alive. Haywood was ruined by love. Bell, perhaps, ruined by something else entirely. Case 4. The 1888 Marylebone murder mystery. True crime from 1888. When we think of unsolved murders in London in 1888, our minds tend to go in one direction, to the East End. to Whitechapel, to a series of crimes that would come to overshadow almost everything else. But less than 5 miles away, in a far quieter, far more respectable part of the city, another murder took place. A woman living alone, a comfortable life, a successful business, and then, without warning, a violent death inside her own home. Her body discovered days later, her rooms ransacked, and no clear explanation as to who had entered the house, or how they had done so. This was not Whitechapel, this was Marylebone, and this is the story of Miss Lucy Clark. Background. Marylebone, where this murder mystery takes place, is less than 5 miles away from Whitechapel, a well-to-do upper-middle-class neighbourhood. It was worlds away from the dark and poverty-stricken Whitechapel area. Miss Lucy Clark, spinster of some 50 years, looked nothing like her age, with police initially classifying her as some 15 years younger than her actual age. Miss Clark had lived with a good friend in her 3-floor accommodation within a larger house, but her friend had left a few months prior, and Miss Clark lived on her own, very happily, she would tell people, with her cat. At the time of the crime, the other apartments within the house were not let, so she had the large house to herself. Miss Clark, in years prior, had travelled the continent, but had now settled in the area. She had a very prosperous dressmaking business in which at least one of her clients was associated with the aristocracy. Miss Clark was known to go out every day, whether to the store or for a walk, and she was a regular church attendee, known for her friendly character. On the 21st of January, Miss Clark's brother had popped round to invite Miss Clark to tea. Receiving no response after several tries, he left a note under her door with the dinner invitation to her. He received no response. On the 23rd of January, William George Betts, property agent, visits the house with 2 women who are interested in the possibility of renting one of the apartments within the house Miss Clark resides. The ladies are escorted into the foyer, where he discovers the body of Miss Lucy Clark at the bottom of the staircase. There is a terrible amount of blood that is so congealed upon her face, it is difficult to recognize who exactly the victim is. She has very likely been dead for some time. Mr. Betts escorts the women off the property and hurriedly finds a constable. From the St. James's Gazette, the 25th of January, 1888, the Marylebone mystery, supposed murder. An unmarried woman named Clark, at about 40 years of age, described as a dressmaker, was found dead with her throat cut in her room in George Street, Portman Square, on Monday evening. Inquiries made by the police tend to show that a murder had been committed. On an examination of the body being made by Dr. Times of Manchester Square and Dr. Spurgeon, who's the police surgeon, it was found that the deceased's throat was cut in a shocking manner, the head being nearly severed from the body. There was a bruise on the left eye, whilst at the back of her head there was a severe wound, leading to the supposition that the deceased had been struck a heavy blow on the head which felled her to the ground, and that her throat was then cut, after which the room was ransacked. From the general appearance of the body, it was inferred that death had taken place 4 or 5 days previous to the discovery. With the actual day and time of Miss Clark's death being uncertain, the police immediately have difficulty. There is no evidence of any tampering with the body. It seems to have been essentially a murder followed by robbery. The belief, once the autopsy is completed, is that Miss Clark was hit several times from behind, as witnessed by the fractures on her head, followed by the deep cutting of her throat. From the London Evening Standard, the 25th of January, 1888, the mysterious death in Marylebone. Inspector Robson and the officers of the Criminal Investigation Department were busily engaged yesterday in inquiring into the mysterious occurrence at 86 George Street in Marylebone, where it is suspected a young woman, Miss L. Clark, has been brutally murdered. Number 86 George Street has a shop frontage upon which bills to let are placed, and the premises were untenanted, with the exception of some rooms let to Miss Clark, who carried on a comparatively private business as a dressmaker. One day last week, Mrs. Glover, residing in Blandford Street, almost within sight of 86 George Street, who is a friend of the deceased, saw her and had a brief conversation with her. Mrs. Glover did not see her after, and as far as enquiries have gone up to the present, Miss Clark was not afterwards observed to leave the house. This was an unusual thing for the deceased, as she would generally leave the house daily, either to do her shopping, as she said to have lived alone, or to take a walk. On Monday her bedroom was entered, when a terrible and horrible spectacle presented itself. Miss Clark was discovered in a pool of blood, with a terrible gash in her throat, extending almost from ear to ear. It was found that her watch and other articles of jewels were missing. There was also indications that the room had been ransacked, and when the case was placed in the hands of the police, an opinion was at once expressed that Miss Clark had been murdered. The surmise is that some man, possibly on the pretext of being a friend, gained admission to the house, and knowing Miss Clark was the only occupant, cut her throat and then committed the robbery. On an examination of the body being made by Dr. Times of Manchester Square and Dr. Spurgeon, the police surgeon, it was found that the deceased's throat was cut in a shocking manner, the head being nearly severed from the body. There was a bruise on the left eye, and at the back of the head there was a severe wound, leading one to suppose that the deceased was struck a violent blow on the head, which felled her to the ground, and then her throat was cut. Inspector Robson is brought in as head of the investigation. Inspector Robson was famed as the inspector who had tracked down Lefroy in the Brighton train case of 1881. All of the rings have been taken off Miss Clark, as has her expensive gold watch and chain. In her bedroom upstairs, which had been ransacked, empty jewellery cases lay upon the floor. Interestingly, a letter is found dated the 13th of January 1888. It is proved to be in the handwriting of Miss Clark and is directed to one of her nephews, Harry Chadwick. From the Illustrated Police News, the 4th of February 1888. Mysterious murder of a woman in Marylebone. Inspector G. Robson of the Criminal Investigation Department corroborated the evidence as to the position in which the body was found. In one of the drawers he found several little jewel cases which were empty, and a letter addressed to a Mr. Henry Chadwick. The letter was stamped but had not been posted, and ran as follows: 86 George Street, Saturday, January the 13th, 1888. Harry, I am waiting an answer from you to know if it is your intention to pay for the damage you did to my gold chain and make good the other things you have stolen from me. I have taken my chain to a jeweller's that you have broken and twisted it so badly into one piece. You have broken so that it cannot be mended for less than 7 shillings and sixpence, and a double ring with globes the quality of the gold will be 10 shillings. I think the action you did was that of a villain. You know I have it in my power to make you pay one way or another, so you had better let me know if you intend to pay of your own free will. The letter is considered a very viable break in the case. Henry Chadwick, known as Harry, and his brother Walter were the sons of Miss Clark's sister. The brothers were immediately interrogated by Inspector Robson at their home where they lived with their mother. The brothers explained that their aunt had stayed with them and that Henry had stolen from her flat 2 gold stoppers, which he had then sold. And on the 16th of January, one day before the suspected murder of Miss Clark, Harry states that he had gone to her flat to apologize to her and that she had forgiven him. From the Echo, London, 30th of January 1888. The Marylebone murder. Today, the detective police are turning their investigation with regard to the death of Miss Lucy Clark. But since the inquest, no further clue has been forthcoming. Special inquiries with a view to tracing anyone disposing of the deceased jewels have not led to any result. The stolen jewels melted. It is believed that the following is practically a complete list of the articles stolen from 86 George Street. A lady's gold open-face watch with pebble glass, a lady's long neck chain of a snake pattern, large telescope pencil case to which there was attached a gold watch key, a smaller pencil case, a necklet, a Florentine brooch and a pair of earrings to match, an oval brooch with a large onyx in the centre, a diamond-shaped brooch set with a carbuncle, a pair of old-fashioned eardrops, 3 earrings, one set with pearls, another coral and another diamonds, and the third plain, and a bangle. All the foregoing are of gold, and there was also missing a pair of onyx earrings and 2 Abyssinian gold bracelets. All the pawnbrokers in the metropolis have been visited by the police, but up to the present, no single article of the missing property has been offered in pledge, and this confirms the theory already mentioned in the Echo that the crime was the work of a desperate professional burglar. In that case, the police fear that the jury has long since been melted. Interview with the nephews. This afternoon, our representative called upon Miss Lucy Clark's nephews, who reside with their mother at 78 Gloucester Street, Belgrave Road, Pimlico. Both young men are of gentlemanly appearance. Mr. Henry Chadwick, the eldest brother, is 5'8", and Mr. Walter Chadwick stands a little over 6 feet. The cruelty of circumstances. After alluding to the cruelty of circumstance, by which almost an imputation has been cast upon himself and his brother, Mr. Walter Chadwick expressed his willingness to undergo any cross-examination. In reply to questions, he said, "Miss Clark, my deceased aunt is being buried today, and my mother has gone to the funeral. My aunt has lived in London for about 3 years. She stayed with us here for about a year, and then she went to 86 George Street in Portman Square. Before that, she travelled about a good deal, and she was always extremely nice, but was reserved with strangers. I am afraid the public are inclined to condemn my brother and I, little thinking that we have our characters at stake." A young fellow who watched Miss Clark. Upon being questioned as to whether the deceased Miss Clark had any acquaintance who knew of her moneyed position, Mr. Walter Chadwick continued, "Well, she looked really much younger, years younger than her age. As for her money, she never told anyone that she had any. You know what maiden ladies are like. At the back of her place at George Street, there used to be, some months ago, a young fellow who watched my aunt about and knew her every movement, but I don't think anything came of it by way of an engagement. When the detectives came here, they asked her age. We said about 50. Oh, no, dear, no, very much younger, they replied. That shows you how well she carried her years. As to the unfortunate affair about the glass stoppers, my mother and I went and saw my aunt about it, and Miss Clark then said, "You know, I forgive you." Then my mother told my brother Harry he had better go and apologise. Harry did go upon Monday, this very day fortnight. My brother saw her the last time he saw her alive, and she kissed him and said good night in the usual way. One of the problems for the police is how the murderer got into her apartment. This is why their theory that Miss Clark knew her murderer. Harry helpfully goes on to offer a possible explanation as to how someone could have gotten into her flat to commit the murderous crime. He explains that his aunt had a habit of leaving her door ajar when she went out, and that she had lost her set of keys. From the Echo, London, the 30th of January, 1888. What became of the missing keys? Mr. Harry Chadwick then observed there is a good deal of mystery about the case, especially as to how the house could have been entered. Perhaps this will explain it. When Miss Clark wanted anything, she would leave the door ajar until she came back. My mother told her it was not the right thing to do in London. If you ask me as to acquaintances, I may tell you that Miss Clark had several male acquaintances, but they were only gentlemen above suspicion. Missing keys. Well, some time ago, my deceased aunt told us that she went out and that when she returned, she missed her whole bunch of keys, which she thought she had left in the front door. What became of those keys is the question. Of course, in one sense, we cannot blame the police. They have their duty to perform, and having no clue, they accuse us. When they did so, they said it was our duty to prove our innocence. When they said she had been murdered, I certainly felt rather in a funk, as I was the last, so they said, to see her alive. Then, however, some letter which I had opened in the deceased's peculiar way was found at the house. It was seen from the postmark that she had received this letter the day after I was there. Sending her nephew's Christmas cards. My aunt, proceeded the nephew, sent us all Christmas cards. That one, bearing on it a hand-painted towers surmounted with the inscription, "A Joyful Christmas," she sent to my sister. When I called on her on the Monday, I stayed with her for about 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour. I really went to ask her to come and see Mother. Miss Chadwick's mental distress. The distressing affair has so affected my poor mother that on Saturday night I feared she was going mentally wrong. It is a sorry trouble to us all. What was said at the inquest about not remembering days is all very well, but it is a difficult matter always to remember. Mr. Walter Chadwick here explained that he had had a bad ulcerated throat for a week prior to the deceased's discovery, and consequently went out very little. A perfect mystery. Concluding his remarks, Mr. George Chadwick added, "It is a wonderful thing, a perfect mystery, that my aunt should have had such a severe injuries to her head, which the doctors said were also sufficient to cause death, and then that she should have had her throat cut and also gashed in such a terrible fashion. It is a sad, shocking affair indeed, but next to my poor aunt, I think we are the most unfortunate people in the transaction, for we have unjustly suffered the risk of a dreadful imputation." The interview is unsatisfactory, but with the search of the flat, no evidence of any of the jewellery is found. Then, a pawn shop in the area approaches the police as he believes he has one of the described missing watches. The watch does indeed belong to Miss Clark, but the unfortunate pawn shop owner has no recollection whatsoever of who has pawned the watch. A lineup takes place that includes the Chadwick boys, but no positive identification is made. The inquest. The inquest takes place with the only tentative suspects being the Chadwick boys. From the Illustrated Police News, the 4th of February 1888. Mysterious murder of a woman in Marylebone. On Monday evening last week, a single woman named Clark was found dead with her throat cut at 16 George Street in Portman Square under very suspicious circumstances. The deceased, whose name is given as Miss L. Clark, was about 40 years of age and is described as a dressmaker. She was a lodger at the house in George Street. It is stated that she lodged by herself at the place, and as she was not seen about in the ordinary course, her room was entered, and when the horrible discovery was made of a dead body covered with blood, the throat was shockingly gashed, and it was at once apparent that she had met with a violent death. The police were immediately communicated with and proceeded to inquire into what seemed a mysterious case. The medical man who was first called in and who has since made a minute examination of the body confirms the general received impression that Miss Clark was foully murdered. The injuries on the head, the traces of blood, and the terrible and unusual character of the throat would all indicate, in his opinion, a horrible death at the hands of at least one miscreant. The doctor adds that the head is evidently extensively fractured. It is not possible to ascertain from the nature of the injuries whether the deceased was held by one man while another cut her throat, but it is considered not improbable, from the fact of her dress being much disarranged, that Miss Clark was resisting an assault upon her at the time she received the blow, rendering her partially unconscious. The blood spattered about on all sides showed, in the doctor's opinion, that the poor woman was not rendered insensible at the first blow, as others suggested, but that violently resisting, she grappled with her assailants, who, fearing discovery, committed a crime which at first they might not have contemplated. The police authorities have satisfied themselves beyond a doubt that Miss Clark was foully murdered. The room which she occupied in the house, and of which she was the only occupant, was in a state of confusion, and everything of any value, including her watch and jewellery, had been removed, leaving unmistakable indication that a robbery had been committed. The matter has been placed in the hands of the Criminal Investigation Department, and Detective Inspector Robson has been charged with the unravelling of the mystery, and the inquest on the body was held on Friday afternoon before Dr. Danford Thomas. The first witness called was Francis Clark, a stonecutter of Walworth Road and a brother of the deceased. When he saw his sister last, she was well. She occupied the first floor of the building, carrying on the business of a dressmaker, and was in a comfortable circumstances. The shop on the ground floor was to let. Witness believed his sister had a small banking account. She had a gold watch and chain, finger rings, earrings, and trinkets of all different kinds. He was not aware that she was in the habit of keeping much money in the bank. Recently he learned from the deceased that she had been visited by her two nephews. So he learned from his sister on the 8th of December. She told him she had lost 3 or 4 trinkets and thought her nephews had taken them. She said she meant to accuse them of the theft and let them know she suspected them. She stated to witnesses on the 3rd of December that while she was on a visit to her sister, she was too ill to return home and requested one of her nephews to go to her residence and feed the cat. On her return home the next day, she missed several articles from her drawer. She described to him the articles she had lost, and he related the description to the police. Mr. Henry Timms of 23 Manchester Street stated that he saw the body at the foot of the staircase with the head down the kitchen stairs. He thought she had been dead some days, and on examination he found it was severely fractured. Beside the blood around the body, he noticed a lot down the kitchen stairs and along the passage to the street door. He did not notice any blood upon the other stairs. He never saw a room in such disorder, and it seemed as if someone had made a very hurried search. He had since carefully examined the body and found on the head one extensive fracture and other lesser ones. The throat was cut from ear to ear, and the wounds were so severe that they had reached the vertebrae, which was notched. It would have been impossible for the deceased to have inflicted the injuries herself. We should think that a mallet had been used on the head, but another weapon had been used on the throat. Dr. Spurgeon, the divisional surgeon, described the injuries on the deceased and said he believed that all of the injuries were inflicted during life and were not self-inflicted. After some further evidence, the jury returned a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons at present unknown. An unsolved murder. And with the close of the inquest and no named subjects, the case dried up. The murder of Lucy Clark would remain unsolved, despite the finger of suspicion most certainly pointed towards one or both of her nephews. And of course, by the latter end of 1888, a series of murders in the East End of London would overshadow crimes in other sections of the Victorian metropolis, and the likes of Lucy Clark would be consigned to the status of unresolved murders that took place in the same year as the Jack the Ripper crimes. Case 5. The Bodies in the Dung Heap. True crime from 1878. Some of the most disturbing cases begin in the most ordinary way. A day's work, 2 men, a field and a heap of manure to be turned. Nothing unusual, nothing to remark upon, until something is lifted on the prongs of a fork that should never have been there. At first, it is only a small body, a child, hidden, buried, and long dead. And dreadful as that discovery was, it was not the worst of it, because the following day, working the same ground, those same men uncovered something else. Another body, a woman, murdered and concealed in exactly the same place. Now the question was no longer what had happened, but who had placed them there, and how such a crime could remain hidden in plain sight. This is the Strangled case, and the bodies in the dung heap. Background. The story begins with a regular day for 2 workers, Martin McMahon and Thomas Cuneen, whose job was to turn over a large dung heap. Both workers were well known to the owner. Whilst working, the body of a female child, approximately 1 year old, is found. From the Dublin Daily Express, the 31st of January 1878, shocking discovery near Limerick. Men were at work on a farm at Strangled, one of the suburban districts of Limerick, yesterday, when they made a very strange and mysterious discovery. They were turning over manure when the remains of a female child aged about 3 years was partly picked up on the prongs of a fork. The body was much decomposed and appeared to have been buried in the dung heap for about 6 weeks. It had been interred in its clothes. The remains have not yet been recognised. The news is tragic, but sadly not so very unusual. The following day, the work is continued by the same men. This time, the body of a woman is found, buried beneath several inches of dung. Her head has sustained 3 fractures. There is no question that this is a murder, most likely tied to the body of the young child found on the previous day. From the Bassett's Chronicle, the 1st of February, 1878, foul play. The lives of a mother and child destroyed by violence, fiendish treatment of the remains, and the discovery of the second body in a manure heap, post-mortem examination and inquests. The excitement, which was caused by the announcement in Barrett's of Thursday of the finding of the dead body of a female infant, was greatly increased by the discovery of a woman in the same heap of manure. It appears that on yesterday morning, between about 9 o'clock and 2 o'clock, 2 men named Martin McMahon and Thomas Cuneen were engaged in what farmers call turning over a heap of manure, when at about 3 or 4 feet from the spot where they discovered the body of a child on the previous day, McMahon uncovered a portion of the feet of the woman, and he immediately went and reported it to Constable McCowan of the Black Boy Pike police station, who, accompanied by some of the men under his command, proceeded to where the body lay. He had it uncovered and searched when a small box and some chemise were found in the breast pocket. The box contained 2 pawn tickets, one of which was issued from the South Pitts pawn office of William Street, and it was dated the 18th of October and showed that a small sum of money was lent to a Bridget Donnellan of Hatter's Lane in the Irish town. The body of the woman appeared like that of a person who had not to work for sustenance. The skull was fractured in several places, and the index finger of the right hand and the ring finger of the left hand clearly showed marks of an effort of defence. The body of the infant, which was found in the same heap of manure on the previous day, also showed signs of foul play having been used. A severe fracture was visible at the neck near the head, and there was blood on the clothes. An inquest is held. Within the post-mortem, Thomas Cuneen, one of the 2 who found the body, helpfully works to move the body where it can be examined, and also holds up the woman's head for inspection by the doctor. His help is later financially compensated. Both men claim that they have no idea of the identity of either of the bodies. From the Bassett's Chronicle, the 1st of February, 1878, the inquest. At 12 o'clock yesterday, Mr. Thomas Costello, District Coroner, held an inquest at Mr. Deegan's residence, touching upon the cause of death of the infant. The first witness examined was Martin McMahon. He deposed that he was turning dung at Singland for Mr. Deegan on the previous day, and that at about 12 noon he discovered the body of a female infant. There was about 3 or 4 inches of dung over it. He did not know the body, and he reported the matter to the police. It was the same body the jury had viewed. Another man, Thomas Cuneen, gave corroborative evidence. Constable McCowan deposed that at about 12 o'clock yesterday, Martin McMahon came to the barrack and said that he found the body of a child in a dung pit in Mr. Deegan's farm at Singland, that he at once proceeded and saw the body there. There were clothes on the body. He found it was a female. It was the same as that which had been shown to the jury. The dress on the child was lilac colour, and there was a little lilac flower on it, and there were flannel petticoats on it. A post-mortem examination was made by Dr. Parker and Dr. Carrie, at the conclusion of which Dr. Parker handed in the following deposition, which was signed by himself and Dr. Carrie. We, the undersigned, have this day carefully examined the body of a full-grown female child, some months old, at Garryowen in this county. It is our opinion that the cause of death was a fracture in the back of the head, the result of violence. We find the right leg severed from the body above the ankle, and are of the opinion that this injury occurred subsequent to the death of the child, and was likely caused by rats, pigs, or dogs. The lost foot was not produced. He thought the child was from 6 months to 1 year old. The coroner, in summing up, said the only verdict that they could find was one of murder for the marks of the body of the child, and it left no doubts but that one of the foulest murders had been committed. The jury found a verdict that death had been caused by the wounds described by Doctors Parker and Carey, and that some wounds were inflicted by some person or persons unknown. From the Bassett Chronicle, the 1st of February, 1878. Inquest on the body of a woman. The same jury as the former inquest was sworn. The first witness examined was Martin McMahon, who, in reply to Head Constable Conway, deposed, I was turning the dung heap in Singlands at 9 o'clock this morning. I found the body of a woman concealed under the dung heap. It was covered with about 3 or 4 inches of dung. It was the same dung heap that I had found the child in yesterday. The body was lying downwards. It lay about 4 or 5 yards to where I found the body of the child. When I found it, I stripped it as far as the knees and went and informed Constable McCowan at the Black Boy Pike station. Another man named Thomas Cuneen was with me at the time. I never saw the body of the person before. I could not identify it. I saw the jury's view a body, and it is the same body which I found this day. Thomas Cuneen deposed, I am in the employment of Mr. Deegan. I was turning manure for him in the field at Singland this morning at about 9 o'clock, and I saw the body of a woman in the heap of manure. The body was about 4 inches under the manure, and it was on its face. It was in the heap of manure the child was found yesterday. I cannot recognise the body. I stopped there till Martin McMahon, who went for the police, returned. It is the same which has been shown to the jury. Dr. Parker and Dr. Carey made a post-mortem examination on the body. We, the undersigned, have carefully examined and made a post-mortem examination on the body of an unknown female. On the head were several contused scalp wounds and 3 fractures, one especially severe, and behind the right ear was compounded, and several fragments of bones depressed into the substance of the brain, lacerating the membrane and causing considerable effusion of blood on the brain. We are of the opinion that death was caused by the injuries on the head above named. The index finger of the right hand and the ring finger of the left hand were broken, so if the hands were put up one after the other to save itself from the blows being inflicted upon her head. We are also of the opinion that from the appearance of the hands, which were very fine, well made, and with fingers long and slender, that the woman earned her livelihood other than by labour. We would not say how long she was dead, but the body is in an advanced state of decomposition. However, the situation quickly changes with the discovery from some persistent police work that Thomas Cuneen one of the very men who had discovered the two bodies, actually had been the partner of the woman found and also was undoubtedly the father of the 1-year-old female child. From the Dublin Daily Express, the 2nd of February 1878, the double murder in Limerick. The police have arrested a man named Thomas Cuneen on the charge of having committed a double murder of a woman and child whose remains were discovered in a dung heap in Limerick. Cuneen was in the employment of Mr. Dennis Deegan, owner of the manure, and one of the two men who gave notice to the constabulary of the finding of the two bodies. He gave evidence at the inquest and was particularly useful in assisting the doctors to hold post-mortem examinations. He is alleged to have seduced the deceased woman and to have been the father of the murdered child. The chief constable, discovering pawn tickets within the pocket of the clothing of the woman, manages to trace down the lodging house where the brutally murdered victim had lived. She is Johanna Hogan, a woman of no employment who had been associated with Thomas Cuneen for over a year. The investigation. It will be remembered that Constable McCowan of the Black Boy Pike Station found the pawn tickets in the pocket of the dress which was on the remains of the woman. Upon these appeared the address Hatter's Lane. Constable McCormack went to the lodging house in this land and after much careful inquiry discovered its keeper, a woman named Leonard, at the date given in the tickets. October, had gone into the Limerick Union workhouse. He then went to the workhouse and having intimated his purpose to the assistant master, Mr. McNamara, and subsequently to the master, Mr. Sheehan, he obtained access to Mrs. Leonard, and after questioning her closely concerning the tickets, Miss Leonard informed him that she had knowledge of a woman's presence in her house at the time mentioned. He then induced her to accompany him to where the remains lay, but she was unable to identify the bodies in consequence of their decomposed condition. But she identified the boots, clothes, and rings found on the body of the woman as those of Joanna Hogan, not Bridget Donnellan, the name given on the pawn tickets, and the toys found in the dress pocket as having belonged to her own, Mrs. Leonard's, child. Several other circumstances led her to believe that the clothes which were shown to her belonged to Joanna Hogan, who had lodged in the house in Hatter's Lane, and who used to keep company with a man named Thomas Cuneen, whom she alleged was the father of an illegitimate child which she gave birth to about 10 months since. She had said several times that Cuneen had promised to marry her and that he was only waiting for better circumstances. Mrs. Leonard also stated that Joanna Hogan left her house in November to go to meet Cuneen and was not since heard from. It is said that a bonnet and some trimmings have also been identified as having belonged to the woman Hogan. About the suspect Thomas Cuneen. Cuneen had been previously married and had 3 children, but his wife had passed. The children in general were said to have had to fend for themselves. About Joanna Hogan. Joanna was clearly quite impoverished. She had garnered a reputation of being of a carefree nature, requiring her to leave her previous residence by the insistence of the townfolk. Moving to Limerick, she had become attached to Thomas Cuneen, whereby she had had a female child. Reports have it that Cuneen's reaction to his new daughter was a wish to smother it. Within Limerick, Joanna bounced between living in the local workhouse and renting a room in a lodging house run by a Mrs. Leonard and paid for by Caneen. From Bassett's Chronicle on the 5th of February 1878, The Double Murder, a sad picture of human wretchedness. The continuation of the weather yesterday encouraged a further pilgrimage of the citizens to that suburb, which is destined to be for all time associated with one of the most revolting murders ever committed in Limerick. Many persons visiting the scene of the crime and, as on the previous day, the expressions of opinion, although various as to the manner and colouring, were alike as to substance. A new theory of the intention of the murder was added to the rumours afloat yesterday, and it was this: that the man who is alleged murdered Joanna Hogan never intended to do it at all. Some of those who knew both say that he only wanted to get rid of the child, and that he meant to let the woman live. It was only when she struggled to protect the child that he, enraged by her obstinacy, struck and killed her. Those who knew the deceased woman well say that she persecuted Caneen by constantly following him with her child. One man residing on the Cork Road said that he saw her pursuing him a few times, and that all the neighbours well knew the relations between them. One of the arguments in Caneen's defence is that the body of Joanna had become so decomposed that he could not recognise her. However, this tact is countered by a local lad who recognised Joanna from her remains right away. From Bassett's Chronicle, the 16th of February, 1878, The Manure Heap. Many facts were adduced in addition to those elicited at the inquest held by Mr. Coroner Costello, and from all that can be learned, the case for the Crown is now so complete that the prisoner will be put upon his trial at Limerick on the 8th of next month. In regard to the identification, it is said that a youth has been found who knew Joanna Hogan, and who, on the day of the removal of the remains from the manure pit, exclaimed with natural spontaneity, "Oh, that's Joanna Hogan. I knew her well." At first it was supposed that the chain of circumstantial evidence wanted the essential link of identification. Mrs. Leonard not having been able to swear positively on this matter, although she identified the old boots and some of the under and upper garment. The outcry regarding the brutality of the crime, as well as the degradation displayed against his partner and child by allegedly burying their bodies in manure, is enormous. The case, although circumstantial in nature, finds a charge of wilful murder against Thomas Caneen. The case goes before the County Commission. From Bassett's Chronicle, 9th of March, 1878. Limerick. County Commission. The Manure Heap Murder. The judge's charge of double murder. The police will lay evidence before you, and if you think a prima facie case is proved, it will be your duty to find true bills and send the prisoner for trial before a jury. The case is one of circumstantial evidence, and the charge is held upon a chain of circumstances, which the prosecutors think will justify you in sending the prisoner for trial. The alleged perpetrator of the crime is Thomas Caneen, who is charged with the murder of Joanna Hogan and her female infant Rosanna. There is no doubt but that a foul murder has been committed. From inquiries that have been made, Joanna Hogan appears to have been a woman of loose habits. She came from Ballingarry, where she living, and which neighbourhood she had to leave in consequence of her irregular conduct. She then came to live in Limerick, and in August 1876 she was living with the prisoner at Ballysimon, near this city, in a house known as the Spirit House. There can be no doubt but she is living with him as man and wife, and she gave birth to a child in December 1876. It will be proved that she gave birth to a child and that he is the father of it. Evidence will be given to show that the prisoner went to where she was living and expressed an intention of getting married to her. She also had a box containing money and clothes. This box, it will be proved, was taken by the prisoner. She appears to have lodged in several places in Limerick, and the last place she lived was in Hatter's Lane. The witness's evidence to be laid before you will show you that in the middle of November last she left the house at Hatter's Lane for the purpose of going to meet the prisoner. She wore a red and black shawl, and she was not seen afterwards alive. On inquiries being made about her, suspicion rested on the prisoner, and he, on being asked about her, said she had gone to America along with a brother of hers, a soldier, and so the woman was lost sight of till the middle of January, when the body of a female infant was found in a manure heap near Singland, near this city. No excitement was created, as it was thought it was one of the bodies which are disposed of in the usual lamentable way. But on the following day, McMahon and the prisoner were working at the same heap of manure, and they uncovered the leg of a person, which McMahon thought that of a woman on account of the long stocking that was on it. The matter was reported to the police, to whom the bodies were handed over. An inquest was held, and there was an open verdict of murder committed by some person or persons unknown. The identification of the woman will be proved by the clothes she wore and by other witnesses. If the prisoner is the person who committed the crime, he appears to be one of the coolest murderers I have ever heard of, for he not only discovered the bodies and assisted at the post-mortem examination, but afterwards at the inquest, and when asked did he ever see the deceased, he said he did not. The shawl to which I have already referred was worn by the woman when she left her house in Hatter's Lane to go to meet the prisoner, and was shown by him to the mistress of the house, where he was lodging on the same date that Joanna Hogan left Hatter's Lane, and sent it by this man to be pawned the following morning. The pawnbroker will be introduced and will give evidence in the case. If, on the whole, you think the prisoner has committed the crimes, it will be your duty to find true bills and let him answer the charge before a jury. The trial. Thomas Kinnean maintains his innocence throughout. His argument that he did not recognise Joanna, just as her landlady could only identify Joanna through her clothing, causes some doubt. The prosecution, for some unknown reason, also brings up a meandering tale of Kinnean having found Joanna's personal box that was being held by a friend, that Kinnean had taken the box, sold the articles within, and this was then discovered by Joanna and was one cause of an argument that would lead to her death. The simultaneous story given by the prosecution is that Kinnean had promised her marriage and had then reneged on his promise, thereby causing an argument between the two. The entangled motives given by the prosecution do not sit well with the jury. From the Clare, Freeman and Ennis Gazette, the 20th of July, 1878. Limerick Summer Assizes. The Singland double murder. Before Justice Barry. Thomas Kinnean stood indicted for that he did on the 13th day of November in 77, feloniously and of malice and aforethought, kill and slay one Joanna Hogan, and the prisoner pleaded not guilty. The accused appeared in better health and condition than before his arrest. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been weeping. He watched the proceedings with the keenest interest. The court was crowded during the day. The Solicitor General stated the case for the Crown. It appeared that for about 2 years before the murder of the deceased woman, she and the prisoner lived, although not married, as man and wife. The result of the intimacy was the birth of a child on the first week of December 1876. Joanna was last seen in the early days of November 1877, and the child was nearly 12 months old at that time. The dead bodies of the mother and child were discovered on the 30th of January last in a dung heap at Strangled, which was the most lonely spot in the neighbourhood of Limerick. The outrage was committed outside the city bounds. There was a house situated near the spot where the murder occurred in which the prisoner lived. The fact had nothing to do with the case because it was in ruins before the crimes occurred, more than to show that the prisoner knew the locality well. At this place there was also a large collection of animal manure with which gas was mixed, and the effect of which was not to cause any matter deposited there to decay, but rather to preserve it. The manure heap was the property of a man named Dennis Deegan, and Canine was employed by him to turn over the manure on the 30th of January. The prisoner had previously admitted that the child which Joanna Hogan had belonged to him. The first found body of the child, and the next day the body of the woman, and there were injuries on the body of the child and 3 fractures on the head of the woman. She had been struck from behind and the bone stoved in. Canine did not utter one word which would lead to the identity of the bodies. He said in reply to a question of a constable that he did not know the bodies and that the policeman had better means of knowing them than he had. However, the bodies were subsequently identified through the clothes which they wore. The deceased woman, when alive, was as wretchedly poor as a woman could be. She lived in the workhouse, and the only money she had was got from the prisoner. The latter was arrested by Constable McCormack and Head Constable Robinson on the 1st day of February. In his pocket were found pawn tickets for a shirt and a gown and jacket pawned by John Fitzgerald at Mr. Kearney's office on the 9th of November. It will be proved that a shawl which belonged to the deceased was pawned by John Canine, the prisoner's son, on the 19th at Mr. Cairns' pawn office immediately after the murder of Hogan. The boy was sent to pawn the article by the prisoner. It would also be proved that a mantle, the property of the deceased, was pawned by the deceased before her death. It would be proved that he paid for her lodgings, and he was a labouring man with little money, and a man who would be glad to get an end of the woman and her child. It would be for the jury to say whether that was sufficient reason for his committing the act which was attributed to him. It will be proved that the prisoner and Joanna Hogan, although not married, lived at the Spirit House in Ballysimon, and Dennis Deegan would prove that he saw them together at the cross of Strangled about the month of November. 2 months subsequently, her body was found in the dung heap. Who else but the prisoner had any motive for committing the crime? Why were the bodies put into a dung heap? To postpone or prevent the discovery or recognition of the bodies. He must have known their bodies when discovered, and if innocent, would he not have told who they were? The moment the woman and child disappeared, would he not have known the fact? Counsel hoped that the jury would discharge their duty fearlessly and justly. The trial in this case lasted 2 days, resulting in a disagreement of the jury, who were discharged and the prisoner remanded until the next assizes. The jury are unable to agree, and the Crown must decide if they will be let go or an attempt to try him again. The papers and the public voice on the matter are strongly in favour of his being tried again. The second trial takes place in December. From the Weekly Irish Times, the 21st of December, 1878. The Singland murder case. The trial of Thomas Kineen for the murder of Joanna Hogan, a woman with whom he had cohabited, and her child, concluded at Cork on Saturday. The particulars of the case are no doubt familiar to all our readers. The unfortunate woman had lived with the prisoner as his wife and had borne a child to him, but they afterwards quarrelled and she went into the Limerick workhouse. On the 15th of October, 1877, she left the workhouse and went to live in the house of Mrs. Leonard in Limerick. Here, the prisoner visited her on the morning of the 12th of November, 1877, desiring her to come up with him to get married. She took her child and left the house, but was never seen alive after. Her dead body and that of the child were dug out of manure heaps by the prisoner himself. The manure belonged to a man named who had employed him to cart it away. Mr. Bourke, in the course of his address to the jury on behalf of the prisoner, observed that on the day of the murder it appeared that Kineen was hours absent from his lodgings. Within that time it would have been impossible for him to kill the deceased persons, bury their bodies, and afterwards present himself without any marks of blood. Money could not have been the motive for the crime in the case of the person who was so poor as to have been several times in the workhouse. No proof had been given that the prisoner had ever been unkind to Joanna Hogan. A shawl of hers had been produced. If she had worn it at the time she was murdered, it would have been covered with blood. The circumstances adduced to bring home guilt to the prisoner were quite incomplete. After what Dr. Parker had said as to the difficulty recognizing the body, the prisoner could not be blamed for not having done so. Mr. Barrington summed up the evidence on the part of the prisoner. Mr. Coffey, Q.C., replied the part of the Crown. His lordship then proceeded to charge the jury. A foul and savage murder had undoubtedly been committed. So far as to the evidence showed, no human eye saw the prisoner or the unfortunate woman or at near the place where the bodies afterwards were discovered. That was, they did not see them there at the time of the murder. The evidence in the case was entirely circumstantial, but as he had observed to the grand jury, and occurrences in this country of late proved that such observance was not altogether unnecessary, a man could be proved guilty and convicted by circumstantial evidence. The jury retired 10 minutes past 2 o'clock and re-entered the court at 3 o'clock, having agreed to a verdict of guilty against the prisoner, who bore the announcement with almost unmoved demeanour. The prisoner was then asked if he had anything to say why the sentence of death should not be passed upon him. The prisoner, in a firm, clear voice, said, "I am not guilty, my lord. I am as free of guilt as you are." The judge's sentencing is forceful and emphasises the guilt of Thomas Kineen. Kineen himself several times interrupts the judge, stating his innocence. It is to no avail. Thomas Kineen will hang on the 14th of January, 1879. From the Londonderry Sentinel, the 14th of January, 1879, the execution of Cuneen. At 8 o'clock this morning, Thomas Cuneen underwent the extreme penalty of the law for a crime which happily is rare in Irish society. Irish crime in its chief feature is agrarian, but the crime of the victim to the law today was of a different type. Thomas Cuneen had not seen 40 summers the day of his execution. He married early in his life. His wife died, leaving him several children over whom he might have exercised a parental care important to them and creditable to himself. But he did not. His early history discloses that was reared on the estates of a most respectable family in the county of Limerick, and was, in the parlance of the country people, esteemed a quiet, decent boy. With that character, he passed through life up to a term last year, when the discovery was made that through false pretences he obtained a bag of flour from the owner of a shop in Patrick Street in Limerick. For this offence he underwent a term of 3 months' imprisonment, a degradation keenly felt by his several brothers and sisters in respectable employment in the neighbourhood. Scarcely had he emerged from the city jail until further developments of a crime was apparent. His wife being dead, he took up with the unfortunate Joanna Hogan, who bore him a child. They lived a precarious life, sometimes together, sometimes apart. So their lives ran until at last she sought refuge in a workhouse with her progeny. In November of last year, Cuneen enticed her out of workhouse cohabitation. To some extent followed, and the remainder of the time is blank until the horrible disclosure that while he and another were turning over a dung heap in the neighbourhood of Limerick, the bodies of the unfortunate woman and her child were laid bare. Cuneen blanched not at the sight of the deed his hands had wrought. He assumed a hypocritical air and wondered how the corpses came there. His conduct on the occasion elicited remark that there was a combination fiend and devil in him, unparalleled in the annals of Irish crime. The remark is justifiable. It is true because similar ease of atrocity appears in the criminal records of our country. The atrocity of the deed is still further intensified by the fact that Cuneen held up the head of his victim to the doctor who conducted an examination previous to the inquest of the coroner, and, more audacious, he claimed to be rewarded for the service. This was the very culmination of audacity, and pointed almost inconclusively to the fact that he was the perpetrator of the deed which sent out of life into eternity the two creatures who, above all others, he was bound by the laws of God and natural affection to protect. Cuneen was first tried in Limerick, where a jury could not be found to do their duty. The day had scarce dawned under cast iron sky, cast wind, and falling snow, when the members of the press present entered the precincts of the county jail. Marwood pinioned the unfortunate man without any difficulty, and he was led from a small room to the temporary scaffold. Marwood veiled his face, adjusted the rope, and the sheriff put the last question on earth: "Have you anything to say?" The response was timidly given: "No, I have not." Then, tolling of the passing bell for the departed soul, the word was given, the cord was unloosed, and the spirit of the great criminal passed from earth to eternity. Case 6. Found head first in a water tub. The brutal murder of Carrie, Jubb, in 1915. Some murders are hidden, others are left in plain sight. In the early hours of a cold February morning in 1915, a stable yard in Huddersfield becomes the scene of something deeply unsettling. A young man arriving for work noticed something unusual in a horse's watering tub. At first, just a shape in the water, and then the realization: a woman, folded forward, her head and arms submerged, her body left where anyone might find her, not buried, not concealed, placed, as though her life and her death were of no consequence at all. Her name was Carrie Jubb, and as the police began to piece together her final hours, it became clear that this was not simply a question of who had killed her, but whether anyone would ever be held to account. Background. Carrie Jubb was born in 1883 in Dewsbury in Yorkshire, the youngest daughter in a working-class family. Her father died young, and by her teens, Carrie was working as a weaver to help support the household. At some point she married, although records are scarce, and whatever stability that brought, it was short-lived. By 1911, she was living alone and listed only as managing house duties, a census euphemism often applied to women in precarious or socially sensitive circumstances. By 1915, Carrie had no fixed address. She drifted between towns and lodgings around Huddersfield and Dewsbury, labelled in the press as a woman of ill repute, a harsh shorthand for those surviving on the margins with little support and even less sympathy. John Bamford, a troubled soldier in Carrie's past. John Bamford, 32, was a soldier on furlough at the time of Carrie Jubb's murder. He had once lived with Carrie in Dewsbury, and their relationship was marked by volatility and violence. It was noted in court that he had previously served time in prison for abusive conduct toward her, a damning detail that cast a long shadow over his involvement in the case. Described as short, pale and fair-haired, Bamford had been seen drinking with Carrie the night before her death. Witnesses recalled quarrels and an erratic behaviour. When questioned, Bamford gave contradictory accounts of all his whereabouts that night. He claimed to have returned to his lodgings at around 9:30 p.m, although others disputed this. His presence in the narrative is a stark reminder of how often abusive men were allowed to re-enter the lives of vulnerable women unchecked. William Nicholson, a familiar face with a dangerous reputation. William Nicholson was 39 years old and worked as a navvy, a manual labourer often hired for heavy digging or railway construction. At the time of Carrie Jubb's murder, he was lodging at the New Inn in Huddersfield, the same place where Carrie had been staying just days before her death. The two were known to have been in each other's company repeatedly in the lead-up to the murder. Nicholson's reputation was far from clean. Witnesses testified that he had been seen in public with Carrie, often quarrelling, and one stated that he had struck her in the face during an argument just days before she was killed. He was described as having a violent temper and had reportedly warned Carrie that he would do for her if she continued associating with other men, a chilling phrase repeated in court. By February 1915, Carrie Jubb was barely visible to the world around her, drifting from one room to another, from Dewsbury to Huddersfield, known to some, forgotten by most. She had no fixed address, no regular work other than that which she could procure on the streets, no one to sound the alarm when she didn't come home. But in the early hours of that cold Monday morning, someone did take notice, and suddenly Carrie Jubb was at the centre of everything. From the Huddersfield Daily Examiner, the 15th of February, 1915. Supposed murder in Huddersfield. Woman found in a tub of water. Injuries to the head. Man detained by the police. A supposed case of murder was brought to light in Huddersfield this morning, and the matter is still engaging the attention of the police. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a teamer found the body of a woman in a yard off Brook Street, near the wholesale market. The body was in a tub let into the ground and filled with water. Only the woman's legs protruded. The teamer at once gave information to the police, and the body was conveyed to the mortuary in Back Ramsden Street. The body was identified as that of Carrie Jubb, a single woman aged about 30 years of age. It was found that she had sustained a large scalp wound, and there were bruises on her arms, which appear to indicate that someone had gripped her with considerable force. It seems certain that the woman's death is the result of foul play, but details of the tragedy are very meagre at present. Jubb, it is stated, belongs to Dewsbury, but latterly had spent most of her time in Huddersfield. She had no fixed abode, so far as is known at present. Her last abode was in a furnished room in Swallow Street. She is a woman of ill repute, and a man with whom it is stated she had cohabited has been detained by the police. A second man, known to be on friendly terms with the dead woman, was detained for some time at the police office, but he has since been released. The facts which have come to the knowledge of the police as the result of exhaustive inquiries point to a foul murder. No one appears, however, to have heard any screams during the night, which may be accounted for by the fact that Brook Street is a particularly quiet thoroughfare, and there are no dwelling houses in the immediate vicinity of the scene of the tragedy. The scene of the tragedy. This afternoon, a representative visited the yard which belongs to Messrs. John Beaver and Sons, rug manufacturers, and it's situated between their premises and the premises of Messrs. J.H. and Sons, fish merchants. In the yard are 4 stables tenanted by different people, and a large gate gives access for the 4 horses and carts, and is fastened at night. At the side is a smaller gate, which is usually left open so that teamers may attend to their horses. The tub is just around the corner on entering the yard, and is half sunk into the ground. It is kept partially filled by water from a pipe, which projects over the edge of the tub. The yard was in such a muddy state that it was impossible to detect any signs of a struggle. Carrie Jubb was no longer just a name whispered in public houses or dismissed in passing by the local press. Now she was a body and a question. How she had ended up face down in a horse's water tub, with bruises down her arms and her skirt torn to shreds. The public wanted answers. The police wanted clarity, and so, as was custom, the formal wheels of justice began to turn. From the Huddersfield Daily Examiner, the 17th of February, 1915. The Huddersfield Tragedy. Inquest of a body of a woman found in a water tub. Startling evidence. The Deputy Coroner, Mr. E. W. Norris, held the inquest at the police office this afternoon, touching the death of Carrie Jubb, aged 32, a married woman said to hail from Dewsbury, whose dead body was found in a tub of water outside some stables in a yard off Brook Street on Monday morning. A man has been detained by the police on suspicion of having been concerned in the woman's death, but he was not present at the inquiry. Evidence of identification was given by the deceased's eldest sister, Margaret Ann Birch, living at 28 Back Kent Street, wife of Benjamin Mill. She said that her sister had been married, but she and her husband, Herbert Jubb, had lived apart for some years. They had lived together in Middle Road, Dewsbury. Witness last saw the deceased on the 10th of July last, at the house of another sister in Dewsbury. Police Constable James Hinchcliffe of the Borough Police said that he had known the deceased for several years. He last saw her alive on Sunday night at 9:10 p.m. when she was in the Byram Street alone. She went down St. Peter's Street, and from the place where he last saw her to the closed yard at Brook Street in which the body was found would be about 150 yards. She was going in the opposite direction. The finding of the body. Henry Redfern, 17, of Kirkmore Place, Northgate, and who is a teamer, said that he'd worked at the stables of J.H. Wood & Co., which were in the yard off Brook Street and opposite the wholesale market. On Monday morning last, he got to the yard at about 6 o'clock, and on his way to the stables he had to pass near a barrel containing water, which was let into the ground. The water was used for giving to the horses, and the barrel was a large one. There would be about 2 feet of water in the barrel at the time. He noticed something white in the barrel, but owing to the darkness he could not discern what it was. After he had fed the horses, he examined the barrel with the aid of a lamp, and saw that it was the body of a woman. The head and arms were entirely in the water, and her feet were on the ground. A half-crown, some coppers, and her hat were lying near on the ground. He ascertained that she was dead, and left the body where he found it, and he went for the police and met a policeman near the market in Victoria Lane. They returned to the yard, and they pulled the body out of the tub. The hat was lying about a yard from the woman's feet, and he left the money and the hat there. There's something particularly cruel about how Carrie's body was left. Not hidden, not hurriedly buried, but folded, face first, into the water tub, as though discarded, like a broken tool or a sack of feed, a tub meant for horses, not humans, not women. The violence of the act was one thing, but the placement, public, degrading, suggested something more. Not just a desire to kill her, but to shame her, to send a message, even in death. Police Constable Talbot spoke to accompanying the last witness to the place where the body was found. She was in a kneeling position. When the sergeant arrived, he saw half a crown on the ground and a cigarette end nearby. A skirt was lying between the body and the stable. It was rolled up. Sergeant Hollas gave corroborative evidence. The water in the tub, he said, was perfectly clear, and there was no sign of blood either on the clothing of the deceased or about the yard. He picked up a garment which at first he believed to be a black apron, but it was a skirt, and he'd been torn from top to bottom. Carrie Jubb had suffered terribly, that much was clear. The medical report was clinical, but behind the sterile phrasing lay the reality of a prolonged assault. She had defensive injuries on her arms, including a broken forearm. Her face bore the marks of repeated blows, a knocked-out tooth, a split lip, and a gaping wound near the temple that exposed the bone beneath. Bruising and blood beneath the scalp pointed to a sustained blunt force trauma. Her body showed signs of having been dragged, but there was no evidence of drowning. Medical evidence. There were several bruises on the back of the right hand to the knuckles of the wrist. The most severe bruises were at the roots of the little and forefingers. There was a bruise 1 inch above the right wrist on the inner side of the arm, measuring 1.5 inches by 1 inch. All up, the inner side of the arm. As far as the elbow were small bruises, and on the outside of the elbow there was an extensive bruise. There was also an extensive and severe bruise on the upper part of the left forearm, and a bone was broken. Her upper lip was severely bruised, and a tooth was knocked out of the front, but it still remained in the mouth. There was bruising around the right eye, and the skin was broken on the upper lip. Behind the upper part of the right temple was a ragged, curved wound right down to the bone. That wound must have been caused by a blow from above and downward, and might have been caused by a blunt instrument. On removing the scalp, he found several spots of effused blood, which must have been caused by several separate blows. There was no evidence of death from drowning. The wounds on the mouth and the right eye were probably caused by blows with a fist, while the position of the broken arm indicated that she had attempted to defend herself. Death was due to shock as a result of injuries received. The injuries told their own story, one of rage, control, and deliberate cruelty. Carrie hadn't drowned. She'd been beaten, dragged, and left for dead in a place meant for horses, and somewhere in Huddersfield her killer was walking free. But the evidence was beginning to close in. Police attention turned to a familiar figure, William Nicholson. He had been seen with Carrie the night before she died, was reportedly jealous of her connection with other men, and had no clear alibi. Now, weeks later, he was no longer just a name in the margins. He was facing the charge of murder. From the Huddersfield Daily Examiner, the 12th of March, 1915. Huddersfield murder. Rope maker accused of the crime. Says he's innocent. Circumstantial evidence and motive of jealousy. There was a sequel at the Huddersfield Police Court today to the brutal murder which was the evidence. A man named William Nicholson, 22, a rope maker of Swallow Street, was charged with the murder of Carrie Jubb, a woman who had cohabitated with the accused. It will be remembered that the woman was found head downward in a tub of water in a stable yard off Brook Street, quite dead. At the verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown, and it was returned. The accused man had been in custody since the crime was discovered, and has several ties, being remanded on a charge of stealing a lady's purse containing about £6. Circumstantial evidence. Mr. Pierce, in opening the case, said the accused was charged with the murder of a woman named Carrie Jubb, whose dead body was found in a yard in Brook Street, Huddersfield, on the morning of Monday, February the 15th. The case was one in the absence of any eyewitnesses must rest entirely upon what was known as circumstantial evidence. That evidence was in many respects as good as the evidence of an eyewitness, providing it was sufficiently strong to point conclusively to some person as being guilty. There was at present in this case sufficient evidence on motive to supplement a circumstantial case if that were present, and that motive would be shown by the evidence to be that of jealousy, and certain statements having been made by the accused which pointed in that direction. Carrie and Nicholson had been living together in a single room on Upper Head Row, a temporary arrangement, like so many others in Carrie's life. Before Nicholson, she had cohabited with another man, but that thread was long severed. Nicholson, however, appeared less willing to let go. On the night of February the 14th, witnesses saw the couple drinking together at two local pubs. First the Ship Inn, then the Ring of Bells Inn. They left the second establishment at around 9 p.m, and just 10 minutes later, Carrie was seen walking alone. living together in Upper Head Row. It appeared that the accused had been living with the woman for a month or so before the murder in one room at number 9 Upper Head Row. The woman had previously cohabitated with a man named Lambeth or Carroll, but it was clear that this man had nothing to do with the crime because his movements could be accounted for with precision. It was suggested that there was some degree of jealousy on the part of the prisoner in regard to Bamford's previous relations with the unfortunate woman. Dealing next with the movements of the accused and the dead woman on the night of February 14th, Mr. Pierce said they were together at the Ship Inn in Ramsden Street at about 8 o'clock. They left at about 8:10 and were again seen together in the Ring of Bells in Northgate. They left there as far as one could reasonably make sure at about 9 o'clock. About 10 minutes afterwards, the woman was seen in the street alone. If William Nicholson was innocent, he was doing a very poor job of appearing so. He hadn't planned to return to his lodgings that night. Both he and Carrie had told the landlady they'd be staying elsewhere, yet he came back alone, late, and visibly agitated. He paced the room, he drank water obsessively, and when asked, he said only that he'd been watching Carrie. Whatever had happened in the dark alleys of Huddersfield, it had left him rattled. The woman he claimed to love was now dead, and the timeline was closing in. The next in the story was that the prisoner returned alone to his lodgings at about 10:45 p.m. He was not expected back for the reason that both he and the woman had told the landlady that they were going to stay at Thorpe's lodging house in Northgate. The landlady noticed that the accused was much upset. He was constantly getting up and walking about in a restless manner and constantly asked for and took drinks of water. He said to the landlady that he had been watching the deceased woman about. Nicholson stayed at his lodgings that night, and the next morning at about 6 o'clock, the woman's body was found in the manner which has been described. Nicholson told police that Carrie had walked away on her own, drunk and annoyed, saying she was going to sleep somewhere else. He said he hadn't followed her. When asked if she might have taken her own life, he replied simply, "No, she wasn't that sort." But there were problems. His clothes bore marks he couldn't explain, his hands were shaky, and his story, already full of gaps, was beginning to shift. The accused contradictory state. Initially, he told police, "I was with her last night, and we afterwards went to the Ring of Bells and stayed there until about 9 o'clock. He asked where the body had been found, and when told, he replied, "When we left the Ring of Bells, we went together towards the church. I then left her, but I watched her go around the streets and followed her 2 or 3 times round. At about 9:20 p.m, I saw her and a man go through the gate into the yard where she was found. On the way to the station, he asked, 'Am I going to be blamed for it? I wish I'd never known the blasted place.' Later, his account changed again. He stated, 'I never saw Carrie after we left the Ring of Bells. I went looking for her until about 10:30. When reminded of his earlier statement, he claimed, 'I never said that. What I said was that I saw a man and a woman going down that side of the street. I don't know where they went to, but the woman was not Carrie.' Then came something more personal. 'I do think a lot about her, and I would not have allowed her to go with any other man if it had been known. I thought too much about her for that. When we parted outside the Ring of Bells, I didn't want her to go, but she said she would go and get something for our night's lodgings. She went one way and I went the other. I was not so well pleased about it. I couldn't bear to see her with another man. Mr. Pierce called it what it was, a contradictory statement, and one that hinted clearly at motive. By early March, the evidence was no longer just circumstantial. Nicholson was brought in again, this time for close questioning. He repeated his story that Carrie had gone off on her own and that he hadn't seen her since. But the police had the autopsy results. They had the torn clothing, and with the reappearance of an old boyfriend onto the scene, they had a potential motive. The truth was about to get much harder to deny. Prisoner's kind treatment. In reply to the prisoner, the witness said that he treated the deceased very kindly, and the deceased had told witness that he used to give for everything he earned as a teaser in the mill. William Thomasterbox, license holder of the Ring of Bells Inn in Northgate, said the prisoner and the deceased went to his house on Sunday 14th of February between 8:35 and 8:40 p.m. and stayed there until nearly 9 p.m, living together. The deceased asked the witness in prisoner's presence whether he knew that her Jack had come home. Witness knew that Jack had previously cohabitated with the deceased and had since enlisted. Witness replied, "That is awkward." The deceased laughed the matter off, and the prisoner said, "I think when this Jack comes home, he might have to go." Then prisoner added that he had seen Jack on the previous Friday, and they had got on very well and spent the evening together. The deceased said Jack was all right with us. Witness said the prisoner had treated the deceased very well. Prisoner again protested his innocence and said, "God is good. He'll look after me. I'm innocent." Sophie Archer, wife of James Archer, said that on Sunday night in question, she saw the deceased with the prisoner outside the Ring of Bells at about 9 p.m. They were standing talking. Witness went home, returning about 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour later. She saw that the pair had separated, but there was a dark man with the deceased against the Ring of Bells doorway. She didn't speak to the deceased on that occasion. In reply to the prisoner, witness said that the man with whom the deceased was talking had a Macintosh on his arm and he wore a soft hat. Dramatic outburst. Prisoner, weeping, stated, "That is my Carrie's murderer. I will give my hands off my body to get to find him. Will you know him again if you see him?" The witness stated, "Yes." Prisoner collapsed in his seat and said, "You will, thank God. I am as innocent as these men in here. Tell the police what sort of man he is." Witness said, "I have told them." The evidence was now passed to the borough magistrates. Nicholson's statement would be reread in full with a final attempt to unravel what happened that night. But questions remained. Was this story of one man's guilt or two men's silence? The prisoner was formally charged with the wilful murder of Carrie Jubb. The charge was read over to him, and in reply Nicholson said, "I reserve my defence." Detective Inspector Lee gave evidence that he had charged the prisoner and read him the statement, to which Nicholson replied as above. The usual legal caution had been observed. Mr. Pierce noted the inconsistencies in Nicholson's story, but acknowledged that Bamford's involvement couldn't be ruled out. Two men had seen her last. Two men had reason to lie, and one woman had ended up in a water tub. The contradictions were stark, but contradictions alone do not make a case, and suspicion, no matter how compelling, is not the same as proof. John William Bamford, who appeared in khaki, said he was a private soldier in the Duke of Wellington's regiment. He knew the deceased and had lived with her. He ceased to live with her in November last. At the time, he was locked up for deserting the army. He was away from Huddersfield until February the 3rd, When he returned from hospital, he did not see the deceased again. He first heard of Jubb's death on Monday, February the 15th, when he was in the Ship Inn. He had never seen the prisoner until that morning. Nicholson then accosted him, saying, "Are you Jack?" Witness replied that he was, and the prisoner then said, "I am the man who lives with Carrie." He did not hear of the woman's death until after that conversation. He came to Huddersfield from Halifax Barracks on February the 12th, and between that date and the 15th he was drinking. On the night of Sunday the 14th he left the Saracen's Head at about 20 minutes to 9 and then went to a friend's house as he slept on the sofa. Answering the prisoner, the witness said he did not remember whether the prisoner asked him if he had been with Carrie. That then concluded the case for the prosecution. Silence. The magistrates retired to consider the case. For all the bruises, the torn skirt, the witness accounts, and shifting stories, the question remained, was it enough? When they returned, the room held its breath. They had reached a decision. There would be no trial. The accused discharged. The magistrates then retired, and on returning to court, the chairman said they had carefully considered the case and had given great attention to it. They were of the opinion there was not sufficient evidence upon which they could commit the prisoner for trial, and he would be discharged. The prisoner stated, "Thank God." And that was it. No trial, no justice, no answers for Carrie Jubb, a woman discarded not only in death but in the eyes of the law. Her body was dragged from a horse tub. Her story never made it to court, and her killer, whoever he was, walked. Case 7. The murder that stunned Victorian London. The shocking case of Mrs. Millson from 1866. In Victorian London there were rules. Doors were answered carefully. Visitors were expected, and a woman like Mrs. Millson, respectable, cautious, and long trusted, did not open her door lightly. So when the bell rang that April evening in 1866, and she said, "No, it's for me, I know who it is," she believed she was safe. Minutes later, she was lying in the passage, her skull shattered, her blood stained the floor of her employer's house in Cannon Street. No scream, no struggle, no sign of forced entry, and just one terrible certainty. She had let her killer in, and as the investigation unfolded, the question was not only who had murdered Mrs. Millson, but whether the man accused of it had ever been there at all. Background. Mrs. Millson. London in the 1860s was a city of sharp contrasts, gaslit streets and horse-drawn traffic, the hum of trade and gossip in the markets, and the cool stone facades of respectable buildings set beside crooked alleys where danger was never far. Mrs. Millson was a figure of quiet respectability, the sort whose presence lent a neighbourhood an air of order. Widowed some years earlier, her late husband had worked for the same company where she now served as housekeeper, a trusted post she carried out with the reserve expected of a Victorian gentlewoman. Her life was modest but comfortable, yet whispers later suggested she had borrowed between £20 and £30, a sizable sum in the 1860s. Whether it was a simple necessity or something more pressing, the debt would later cast a lingering shadow over her story. William Smith was 22 years old at the time of his arrest, described as short, stout, and of dark complexion. He had previously been employed in the hat-making trade. By 1866, however, his work in that line had ceased, and little is recorded of his more recent occupations or personal history. What is known is that Smith lodged in various parts of London and had a circle of acquaintances that included men in regular work, among them a friend who was employed by the same firm where Mrs. Millson served as a housekeeper. It was through such connections that his name would, in time, be linked to one of the most shocking murders in the capital's recent memory. London, April 1866. In the heart of the city, just steps from Cannon Street, a respectable housekeeper lay dead in her employee's doorway, her skull fractured, her blood staining the stone. The victim, Mrs. Sarah Millson, long trusted housekeeper in the services of Messrs. Bevington. What followed was a case that gripped Victorian London, a brutal killing in the city's commercial centre, a suspect with a shifting name and testimony from witnesses who swore they saw him fleeing the scene. The trial would reveal contradictions, coincidences, and one very public question. Was William Smith, otherwise known as Denton, the murderer? From the Sheffield Daily Telegraph, the 30th of April, 1866. Shocking murder in London. A dreadful and fearful murder was perpetrated late on Wednesday night at the warehouse of Messrs. Bevington and Sons, leather sellers, at number 1 Cannon Street, in the city near Badge Row. The unhappy victim being the housekeeper named Sarah Millson, aged 50. The facts, as far as can at present be elicited, are as follows. The housekeeper has been in Messrs. Bevington's service upwards of 10 years. She was a widow. Her husband had been dead some years, having died in the service of the firm. None of Mr. Bevington's family slept in the house, which at night was left in the charge of the housekeeper and the cook, a female named Eliza Lowes. No other domestic slept there. It appears that Mrs. Millson and the cook never quitted the place during Wednesday evening. They sat together in the kitchen, which is on the second floor, up to 9 o'clock, when the warehouse doorbell rang. The cook rose to answer it, but Mrs. Millson stopped her, saying, "No, it's for me. I know who it is." She then proceeded downstairs without a candle, and that was the last she saw of her alive. Last evening she had been longer than usual, being away for an hour and a half, which excited the cook's surprise. At length she went to the top of the stairs and called her name several times without receiving any answer, which induced her to go down. On reaching the bottom of the stairs, she was startled by discovering Mrs. Millson lying on her back in the passage with her face covered with blood. Dr. May arrived quickly and at once detected that the woman had been murdered, her head being beaten by some formidable instrument, apparently a small iron crowbar, such as used by packers in wrenching up nails from packing cases. The appearance of the poor creature's head was frightful. There were no fewer than 7 fearful wounds on the side of her head and neck. Some were like scars, others were lacerated with pieces of the scalp and hair torn from the head, while the skull was evidently terribly fractured and beaten in on the brain. There was no indication the passage of a struggle having taken place. It is clear that the murderer had been inside the house, and from the position the body was found, it seemed that she had her back to him, possibly with an intention to return upstairs when she met with her shocking fate. The cook never heard any scream or groan from her. The poor creature was quite warm, showing clearly that the deed had not long been committed. The murderer having made his exit by the door, the cook found it closed on the latch, but the chain was down. The police thoroughly searched through the warehouse to trace out if the place had been plundered, but they found everything intact as it had been left by the firm's employees when the place was closed in the evening. On the affair being reported to the chief of the city police, a staff of detectives were at once directed to pursue every possible inquiry in order to lead to the apprehension of the murderer. At first, there was nothing. No footprints, no weapon, not even a single scrap to name the killer. But in the dead woman's papers, the police uncovered a curious letter, George Terry. It carried no date, no proper address, just a false lead scratched onto the back. From that scrap of paper, the city detectives began to work, tracing an old employee through workhouses and back alleys and drawing out his story one guarded detail at a time. And it was this man, Terry, who would ultimately lead them to the young suspect now in custody. From the Evening Mail, the 20th of April, 1866, the murder in Cannon Street. Shortly after William Smith, who stands charged on suspicion with the murder of Sarah Millson, the housekeeper of Messrs. Bevington, had undergone examination at the justice room of the Mansion House on Wednesday, he was placed among 14 other men and passed with them along a corridor below the court in which a young woman had been previously stationed. As they passed before her, she selected the prisoner from among the whole number. She, the witness, is a housekeeper at a house adjoining that of Messrs. Bevington, and at about 10 o'clock on the night of the murder she had gone out upon an errand. On her return, in less than a quarter of an hour afterwards, and as she was entering her master's door, she heard Mrs. Bevington's front door slammed violently and saw a man leave their premises by it. The circumstances of a man leaving at that hour struck her as unusual, and she mentioned it to a fellow servant when she entered the house. Looking at a clock as she did so, it was then 10:15. This is exactly the time at which Mrs. Bevington's cook, concerned at the prolonged absence of the deceased, went downstairs to learn the cause of it and found her dead and the body still warm. The circumstances which led to the prisoner's arrest are curious and reflect credit on the zeal and astuteness of those of the city police who were employed in that matter. The morning after the murder, detectives searching Mrs. Millson's papers uncovered a letter signed George Terry. The name was not new to Messrs. Bevington. Terry had once worked at their Bermondsey Mills alongside both Mrs. Millson and her late husband, but the firm had lost track of him years earlier. Police inquiries revealed that after leaving their employ, Terry had fallen on hard times, eventually ending up in a workhouse. In little more than 12 hours after the murder, Inspector Hamilton and Sergeant Moss of the City Detective Police found him there. At that moment, he was unlikely to have heard of the crime. News of it had not spread until later that evening. They did not at first show him the letter or explain their purpose. Indeed, early on, they even considered that he might be directly involved. When finally confronted with the letter, Terry explained that before his time in the workhouse, he had befriended a young man at a public house known for its evening singing entertainments. They later lodged together in Kent Street in the Borough. During their acquaintance, Terry confided that he had once arranged a loan of about £30 for Mrs. Millson, money she had never repaid. The young man, whose name Terry did not know at that time, offered to recover it for him. Once told of the murder, Terry gave further details and accompanied police to Eton, directly aiding in the arrest of the suspect, now in custody. What had seemed an impossible case, no footprints, no weapon, no trace, had, by this one slender clue, been pushed forward in under a week to a man the police believed is worth charging. In the end, the police ruled Terry out. Yes, he had behaved badly, pressing Mrs. Millson for money he had no right to, and even sending Smith to harass her, but the facts cleared him of murder. At the time of the crime, Terry was confined to the workhouse at night, a rule the master and porter confirmed he had not broken. His statements to detectives only strengthened this alibi. For the Evening Mail, the 23rd of April, 1866. The murder in Cannon Street. With respect to the man Terry, through whose assistance the prisoner Smith was apprehended at Eton. Although he appears to have played a very nefarious part in demanding money from the deceased to which he was not entitled, and in employing the prisoner to dun her, no suspicion, in the opinion of the police, attaches to him in reference to the murder, not even as an accomplice or abettor in any way, though on the discovery of the threatening letter bearing his name, they did at first suspect him. His communications with them, however, have been such as entirely to disarm suspicion, and if it had been otherwise, the fact he was an inmate of the workhouse at the time of the murder, and as such absolutely prohibited him from leaving it at night, and it would prove beyond question that he could have had no actual hand in it. The master of the workhouse and the porter state that he was never absent from it on the night of the murder. As for Smith, his face was known in Windsor and Eton, his inflamed eyes an unmistakable marker. His working life was a patchwork of short-lived employments, each lost to drink or petty dishonesty. In 1859 he was dismissed from the Windsor swimming baths for abuse. By August the previous year, a summons for drunkenness and disorderly conduct at Eton was added to his record. When he failed to appear and a fine or a month's hard labour was imposed, he absconded to London, where he fell in with George Terry, and through him made the acquaintance of Mrs. Millson. The inquest. At the inquest, the jury heard from Elizabeth Lowes, the cook who discovered Mrs. Millson lying lifeless in the passage. Her account remained unchanged. The unanswered call to her mistress, the sight of the body, and the hurried summons for a constable. Mrs. Arabella Robbins also repeated her earlier description of a man leaving Messrs. Bevington's door on the night of the murder. A hurried departure, a sidelong glance, and the impression of someone fastening his coat at the throat. The police identification process, too, was revisited. A line of men passed twice before her, the suspect among them. Although she could not claim certainty from a full face, she told the coroner she felt no real doubt in her own mind. From the Evening Mail, the 27th of April, 1866. The murder in Cannon Street. The investigation, as on the former occasion, excited very great interest, and the room in which it was held was crowded. The Messrs. Bevington, to whom the deceased woman had acted as housekeeper for about 10 years at their premises in Cannon Street, were present. The man, William Smith, now in custody on suspicion of murdering the deceased, was not present, but Mr. Scarfe, a solicitor of Welbeck Street, Cavendish Square, attended on his behalf and applied for permission to cross-examine the witnesses. The coroner decided not to allow him. He added that his opportunity would be at the Mansion House when next the man in custody was taken there for further examination. Police Inspector Shelford testified that in searching Mrs. Millson's effects, a letter was found, first thought to have been written by a man named Terry, but later admitted by the prisoner Smith to be in his own hand. Police Inspector Shelford was called and stated that both on the night of the murder and the day after he searched the deceased's boxes. He saw Mr. Smith, cashier to the firm, take a letter from her desk. This letter, which the witness produced, was the threatening letter produced at the Mansion House on Wednesday last, purporting to have been written by Terry and addressed to Mrs. Millson, but which the man now in custody has admitted to Sergeant Moss to be in his handwriting. Although police suspicions had been heightened by the discovery of William Smith's clothing, any hopes of proving the presence of blood upon them were soon dashed. The analyst, Dr. Leatherby, reported no trace, although only after a most minute examination, a process he considered sufficient to justify the police's original concerns. Yet, if no stains could be proved, there remained other shadows. Two separate witnesses, one a domestic servant, the other a warehouseman, swore they had seen Smith within the premises of Messrs. Bevington and Co. on earlier occasions, sometimes at night, sometimes in daylight, always in places where a stranger had no clear business to be. Catherine Collins, servant to the witness, Mrs. Robbins, saw the man Smith at the Mansion House last Wednesday. She recollected having seen him about 2 months ago come out of Bevington's in the evening sometime after 9 o'clock. She saw him twice at night, and somebody inside shut the door after him. William Bettison, warehouseman to Messrs. Bevington, recognised Smith as a man he had seen at Messrs. Bevington 3 months before, at the top of the stairs on the second floor. He, Smith, was alone. He, Smith, asked either for the housekeeper or Mrs. Millson. Seeing a stranger on that floor who was not a customer, witness Bettison took more notice of him than he ordinarily would have done. In the earlier testimony, they had left any doubt as to William Smith's acquaintance with the murdered woman. George Terry's account sought to remove it. From the confines of St. Olaf's Union Workhouse, Terry described his first meeting with Bill, or as others knew him, Sore-Eyed Bill, and the short tangled friendship that followed. Shared lodgings in Dempsey Street, drinks in public houses, and casual talk of money owed and money expected. It was Terry who, by his own admission, led Smith to the back door of Messrs. Bevington and Co., hoping to retrieve a debt owed by Mrs. Millson. The errand, he claimed, ended not with repayment, but with repeated visits, a drunken detour, and unexpected familiarity between Smith and the Bevington premises. George Terry, inmate of St. Olaf's Union Workhouse, said he had known Mrs. Millson when living next door to her in West Street, Neckington, before her husband's death. He first met the prisoner at about 5 or 6 months ago, knowing him only as Bill, others calling him Sore-Eyed Bill. They lodged at the same address in Dempsey Street in adjoining beds. Terry told him of money lent to Mrs. Millson. Smith offered to manage that and was shown the back entrance to Messrs. Bevington's, going inside before Christmas. On his return, he said she was engaged and told him to leave it to him arranging to return the following Wednesday. Afterwards, they went to the Salmon public house, where Smith became very drunk. The original loan had been about £25, value approximately £4,000 in 2025. Mrs. C. May, surgeon, told the inquest that Mrs. Millson's death had not come from the fractured skull alone. The greater injury lay hidden, a heavy effusion of blood on the right side of the brain, the direct result of extreme violence. The breadth of the fracture, he said, left no doubt. It had been inflicted with great force and by a weapon. With the inquest testimony concluded, the Lord Mayor ordered that William Smith remain in custody until the following Friday. By evening he was taken to Newgate Prison in the van, the charge of murder against him bound for trial at the Old Bailey. By the close of the inquest, the Crown's case had taken shape. Witnesses placed Smith at Mrs. Bevington's before and after the killing. His association with George Terry tied him to the victim. The threatening letter found in Mrs. Millson's desk was in his own hand. Even without the telltale trace of blood on his clothing, the prosecution leaned on circumstance, presence, acquaintance, and opportunity. And so, with the coroner's work done, the matter passed to the higher court, where the trial of William Smith would now begin. From the Evening Mail, the 15th of June, 1866, the murder in Cannon Street. Yesterday morning, the trial of William Smith, otherwise Denton, for the murder of Sarah Millson, the housekeeper of Messrs. Bevington, on the night of the 11th of April last, was resumed at the Central Criminal Court before Mr. Baron Bramwell. The case for the prosecution had closed on the previous evening, and the whole of yesterday was occupied with the defence. Henry Harris, a young hatter from Eton, was the first to speak for the defence. The prisoner, he said, had worked for his father's shop throughout the week of the murder, including the Wednesday in question, when they left together at 7:15 in the evening. Smith told him he was heading towards Slough to meet a woman. Harris went home to wash, then met him again about an hour later in Eaton Square. The two, joined by friends Henry Coston and John Matthews, went for a walk, later stopping at Wheeler's beer shop to play cards. He was certain of the date, fixed in his mind by a lottery the previous evening and by a farewell to a family friend on the Wednesday morning. John Harris, father of the previous witness, said he had frequently employed the prisoner. He saw an account of the murder on the following morning. The prisoner was at work with him on the day of the murder and on the previous one. On the Wednesday which the murder was committed, the prisoner left off work between 6:30 and 7:15. Witness was a member of the Loyal Etonian Lodge, and there had been a special visit to Burnham Lodge on the Tuesday, which he attended. He and his son saw Mrs. Butler, who had been staying at their house, off on the Wednesday morning. After the murder, in conversation he had with Clark, a policeman, the latter said he saw the prisoner on the night of the murder coming over Windsor Bridge at about 10 minutes past 11, and was sure it was not 11:15. Sergeant Ballantyne rose for the defence, his voice steady but edged with indignation. He reminded the jury that 4 respectable witnesses had placed William Smith in Eton at the very hour the crime was committed in London, an alibi so complete, he said, that no reasonable mind could doubt it. Yet the police, convinced from the first that Smith was guilty, had shaped every detail to fit that belief, even questioning alibi witnesses in a way that might sow doubt where none existed. Such cases, Ballantyne warned, were a public calamity, a man's life placed in jeopardy not because the facts demanded it, but because the machinery of justice could not admit a mistake. The Crown's case rested largely on the fleeting observation of a single stranger. The defence had offered multiple witnesses who knew the man well, whose accounts matched in every way essential, and who had nothing to gain but the truth. If such testimony cannot save a man's life, he told the jury, then no man's life is safe. Mr. Sergeant Ballantyne then proceeded to sum up. He had, he might observe, almost hoped that he should not be called upon to speak again. He had hoped that the prosecution would have seen from the evidence which had that day been given for the prisoner that it was unnecessary to carry the case further. But as this course had not been taken, he was bound to address the jury. There were several persons whose names were known as witnesses for the prosecution who had not been called. One of these was the constable named Pearman, to whom, so it had been related, the evidence given that day had been detailed directly after the prisoner was given into custody. One of the witnesses spoke to a policeman whom he called number 11 and told him that the prisoner was at a place on the Wednesday night at a time when it would have made it impossible for him to have been in London. He believed the police innocently took this man, believing him to be guilty, and they believed it upon the foundation of certain spots on his coat which they thought to be blood-stained. They at once assumed his guilt and made everything to agree with that view, and he charged this against the system pursued, that it was a disgraceful spectacle to see this man put upon his trial when the evidence that day produced was known to the police and was not, as it ought to have been, sifted by higher authorities, and the innocence of the man made apparent without his undergoing the perils of his life. And then evidence such as he had brought forward that day was adduced, where no 1, 2, or 3, but witnesses after witnesses deposed to facts showing that the prisoner could not have been in London on the night of the murder, and as therefore could not have committed this murder, their evidence must be believed. Mr. Baron Bramwell told the jury they must be certain not only that Sarah Millson was murdered, but that William Smith was her killer. The Crown's case rested on Mrs. Robin's brief sighting outside Bevington's. The theory that Smith could have travelled from Eton to London and back by train, and a letter showing the two were not strangers. The defence answered with multiple witnesses, placing Smith in Eton at the time, contradictions in the railway evidence, and flaws in the identification. If they held any reasonable doubt, Bramwell said, they must acquit. The jury did not retire without hesitation. They found Smith not guilty. Leaving the dock, Smith declared himself as innocent as the babe unborn. Bramwell added for the record that the prisoner was more than not guilty, he was innocent. And on that rather unsettling note, something tells me it's time to close this particular chapter of our dive into the archives. Possibly the persistent beating of bats about the house before anything else turns up where it shouldn't. If you've enjoyed the episode, do give us a like and perhaps share it with that ominous individual down the road who appears to have an enduring fascination with everyone else's rubbish. We all know the one. And if you'd care to go a little further, you'll find us on Patreon, where there are additional cases, early releases, and a great many more peculiar stories waiting quietly in the wings. This has been News of the Times, and I'm Robin Coles, part-time collector of antique teaspoons of questionable provenance, occasional consultant in the field of Victorian umbrella etiquette, and currently banned from 3 municipal archives for reasons I maintain are administrative. Until next time, exit stage left and do ignoring the howling from behind the locked door. That's only Alfred, experiencing a degree of difficulty with tonight's full moon.